keeping you busy today. Yes. Love you. Thank you.
On the calendar, let us talk about front-end build tools. Starts in 10 minutes.
indicating that's occurring. I'm going to go ahead and get started. So this talk is on front-end tools. The entire concept came about from a few different conversations. The first was on the difference between mangling other file versus minification, where minification is removing unnecessary white space, removing and or replacing tokens, curly bracket semicolons, a process. Oh, not like, okay. Thanks, Bhaskar. There's only 2 participants in the Zoom. It's hard to tell when we're live. Okay, apparently I'm live now. All right, so let's talk about front-end build tools. I am going to go through this kind of quickly since we shaved off a few minutes, and we'll see what we can do about getting things back on track here. So this talk essentially began with a couple of conversations. One was a really simple discussion about mangling uglification versus minification. At the same time, I ran into a video, which I discuss later in the talk, essentially about building your own build tool. All of this occurred about the same time, and I had this odd thought on what build tools do the big frameworks use. Can I build my own build tool to do something a little different? The original that I saw was on converting markdown files into a static website. And I tend to do a lot more than that, and that's where this talk came from. So a little bit about me. My name is Bob Fornal. I'm with Leading Edge, and we are hiring. I had our crew put together this image, so I could add this on here. It's also on my other talk later in the day. There is a sponsor track for Leading Edge, or sponsor tracks for others. I recommend you go talk to those folks. So, if you're looking for something, give us a holler. All right, jumping back into the talk. So the other piece that hit me as I was having those other conversations and finding those other videos was I was going through some training on Pluralsight, Angular, the big picture. And I heard this quote from Joe Eames, and it really struck a chord. The build is a key feature, okay? And it's not something you can ignore. You need to know what the tools are that are involved and exactly what they're doing to your code. That's a big deal. I've seen several different toolings, everything from custom built through built-in framework tools. I know folks that have issues with how the build tools handle the keys and things like that, the secured information. All of that kind of culminated after several years into this. Okay. So I had a project baseline at SelectSires. It was a 1.2 meg file. We needed a mobile version. Now, if you remember back 2012, 2016, mobile devices weren't doing a whole lot compared to what they can do today. So I had to actually have a batch file. I built a batch file to do custom builds, depending on whether I wanted the front end build or whether I wanted the mobile build. And we actually checked the screen size to determine which route to go on that when we loaded the pages. But I mean, significant difference between 1.2 meg JavaScript file down to 26K. Chemical Abstracts, 2016 to 2019, they had this massive gulp file that I know one of our developers over the Christmas break, so in a 3-week window, split that into individual tasks in subfolders, making it a little easier to determine the logic and how this thing worked. Build tools can be used to replace strings in a text file, create folders, move things into those folders, running unit tests within that single command, refreshing the browser when a file saved. So all these kind of things that most developers have seen at different times. Sometimes you get the really nice ones that do that refresh for you when you save a file. Sometimes you don't. It varies from project to project, not a big deal. But what I really wanted to get into was how all this came together. And I actually have code I'd like to look at. So I'm kind of going quick here. Okay, some of the common pitfalls is that there are so many tools that can feel overwhelming. One of the ones that I've run into as well is there's a level of complexity with these build tools. How do I manipulate something that's thousands and thousands of lines code to make it all work right? And the documentation sucks. Okay, probably going to get dinged on language, but it's true. And I've actually had documentation that I've read, even checking versions. I've had documentation I've read in some of the build tools, and it's flat out wrong. Okay. So build pipeline. What is a build? Okay. So in a traditional build pipeline, you're pushing something to Git or whatever repository it gets prepared. It runs test lints. It may run audits. It runs end-to-end stuff, and eventually gets to this process called a build, and it puts the whole package together, and that whole package gets published. Sometimes it builds earlier in the process. Sometimes it's later in the process. Depends on what it needs to do. But also I've seen folks count that whole thing as the build process. Okay. not a big deal, just kind of getting our heads wrapped around what's going on here. I'm trying to go a little quick so that we can get this, get through all of this, okay? So some of the definitions, there are 3 key definitions I really want to make sure I talk about here a little bit so that we know what we're talking about as we go through this slide deck. So a typical tool chain consists of the package manager, bundler, and compiler. Okay, so package manager, such as yarn, npm, lets us take advantage of third-party packages, install or update. The bundler, so Webpack parcel, something like that, that lets us write modular code and build it into smaller packages and optimize. Okay, and then your compiler, something like Babel, lets us write modern JavaScript code that works with older browsers. So it does a lot of that, hey, you're writing this type of code, so we need to modify it to do this for those older browsers. Okay. So having said that, we have other definitions. Okay, we have task runners. They let us automate tasks such as the minification, the mangling, the unit test, the linting, the compilation, and starting servers. These bundlers can perform tasks of a task runner. Okay, I'm moving quick. I'm going to jump through here. If I lose you, let me know in the chat, and I'll try and come back on that when we hit the questions. Okay. Installation tools, package managers, npm yarn, talked about that. Task runners, npm scripts, which are JavaScript files. Gulp file.js, grunt file.js, other that provide a little higher level of tasking than simple npm. Modular bundlers are Webpack, Browserify, Require.js, build tool, grandparents, Node and npm. Then you get into script loaders, ES6 modules, Require, System.js. This is how we import, essentially, import-export. All right, so you guys can read, moving on here. And then I talked about that custom site generator that I mentioned earlier, and I have the link here. I will try and pull that and get that into the Slack channel after the talk. I do have another set of links I want to copy paste over, but I'll make sure I get this in there if anyone wants to take a look at that. Oh, sorry, it's based on the article at the bottom. The article actually links to a video. But my code is in the site generator patterns. Concept here is I wanted to build a template, and I wanted to build it using some of the different package managers that are out there. Okay. And I'm going to go to that here in a second. If you see the preview up at the top, we're going to go over there and look at code. Okay. So the core of what I want to do is I have some HTML template files, some CSS files, some image files, and I want to kind of put all this stuff together into a distribution folder. It ends up being a fairly static site, but I really want to just show some of the concepts. All right, so having said that, let's go look at code. And lots of people jumping into the Zoom. So again, if you're in the Zoom, or wherever you are, I will come in on the track 3 questions in the Slack and talk about stuff after the talk if need be. Okay, so for those of you that haven't seen Visual Studio on a GitHub page, that's what I'm doing here in the browser. Somebody taught me a while back that you can hit the period and hey, it brings up a Visual Studio editor to look at your code and manipulate your code. And that's like, to me, it's like the coolest thing since sliced bread. Sorry, your camera's over here. Really is the coolest thing since sliced bread. And what I want to do here is take a look at this core vanilla package that I put together. I've got a README here that doesn't say much, how to install, how to run. I did have to install ESRun to be able to use TypeScript with NPM, but we have the run build process. So if we look in our packages here, we see we have the build process, which builds a standard JavaScript version, and I have a build TS version that builds a TypeScript version. But I'm going to look at the standard JavaScript. I'm going to keep it simple. Okay. So we have this index.js. This is the build process. Okay. Because remember, it was doing the npm index.js. And what we're doing is there are some core classes. Put this to the side. There we go. And here we got inputs and outputs, all this really crummy definition stuff that nobody really wants to deal with, getting the file names from directories, reading files, saving files, templatizing, clearing the distribution directory, getting read files, copying static files, all that stuff we don't really want to think about because I really want to get you looking at the process. So having said process, we have this process function that clears the distribution directory. It gets the distribution path, which is, hey, look at that, it's up here somewhere. I'm going to just show this one so we know distribution path gets set somewhere in here. There it is. That sets the dist path that uses the path to resolve and that kind of stuff. So we have the path file system extras that we use within there. Okay. So it clears it. We then get the templates. The templates look something like, if you go into the source templates folder, we have a header and a footer template. These are just little chunks of what code that we would want in a header and a footer, something that would be replicatable across HTML files. Okay. The other piece I want to show real quick is we have this template tag that I created. Okay. I came up with an idea to use to give us this template tag. Okay. And so this get templates, get HTML, then sets us up for processing those HTML files, going through, finding any templates, attaching the appropriate template key. Then we copy static files, the JavaScript, the CSS, the assets folder over to, and that assumption is that we have the pathing already set up into this. Okay. The end process, we get a website. I'm not going to run the whole thing right here, right now. I just wanted to get you that rough idea of how all of that went together. Like I said, I've got a JavaScript and a TypeScript version of that. So what I did next, after I did that, because I really wanted to explore this build, is I know I had worked with Grunt in the past. So I said, well, can I do the same thing with Grunt? And it became quite a struggle. One I got through. Okay, I want to take a look in here. We're doing build Grunt, nothing real exciting there, and it assumes the grunt file JS. Okay, and so here I built up, where are my assets at? Where's my JavaScript, my styles, which were the CSS in the previous one. So you're starting to see some commonalities here, other than I'm telling it where my source is, where my destination is, that kind of stuff. HTML to copy over. And here's the fun part, because then we have the options where we can build a process that the HTML portion executes. And in here, it goes through and it says, hey, what's the template key? And once I know what the template key is, I can execute a content replace, which then takes what we've got and matches it and replaces it with the template. Okay, so essentially the same process, just written a little bit differently. As you can see here, this is a lot easier than my original vanilla to kind of wrap your mind around what's going on. Okay, so we built up a couple of tasks here. So we have the register task for registering the default task, which gets the templates, copies assets, copies JavaScript, copies styles, copies HTML. Okay, so we had to get those templates first so that we can do this template portion over here. Okay, but pretty straightforward there, what's going on. Okay, and we also have this get templates. That is what we're executing up here, that goes out and gets those template files and stashes them in a way that we can reuse them. Really straightforward what Grunt's doing there, okay? And the source looks identical to the source on the other one, because I wanted to have something that I can show those patterns. So gulp. Okay, so we're gonna go back, we got a README here, we've got a package JSON, and look in here, we've got to build gulp instead of build Grunt. And guess what? Now we have whole other pattern in the Grunt file on how to put all this together. So we're setting up our structures. We've got to copy, we've got to get templates, we're processing files. But look at the process files, okay? It's saying, hey, I got these source HTML. I'm executing a pipe to replace templates and then copy them to the destination afterwards. Same logic, different way of reaching that logic, okay? And then we've got the replace templates, which is the one that we execute up there. Again, just another way of applying the same thing. And then we're exporting the series, which gets the templates, it executes the copy, and it processes the HTML file. And if we look up at the copy is actually handling all three, the assets, JavaScript, and the styles that we had done in the previous one in separate steps. Now, we could have done that in separate steps and put that down there as well. Okay. And then the CB that you see in here executed on those are just callbacks to, it executes it, it fires a callback that series passes to it so that it knows when the next one should start. Okay. It allows it to operate serially correctly. So we've looked at a lot of code, okay? And this is kind of where all this thought process started to come together and being able to compare. So we got an idea of how to do it manually. We got an idea of how to do it with Grunt or Gulp. And Grunt, in my mind, was a lot cleaner for the initial, but I've actually found that Gulp is a little easier as you get into larger files and being able to expand it out. And vanilla would be a rare case that I would execute something like that. But all three of them are doing essentially this one thing. We're building and we're putting something into a distribution folder. Okay. And so then the next question is, what do the larger packages use? How do they put them together? I guess I'm checking the chat real quick to make sure nothing weird's going on. All right, so what does Angular use? Well, Angular uses Webpack, pretty specific. And you got an Angular JSON file you can use for configuration. We have Vue that, guess what? Vue uses Webpack, okay? There are notes for Webpack browserify, gulp, grunt, rollup on Vue's website. So very flexible. You could change out. You don't have to use Webpack. And we'll be talking about that in a second in the larger scale as well. And React under the hood uses Babel, and guess what? Webpack. Okay. You really don't need to know much about them in the React framework. There's a lot of good things going on there, but there are a lot of tool chain things that you can use in there: the Neutrino, the NX, the Parcel, the Razzle. There's a lot going on within the React world. There is a blog on the CLI builders. Wow, okay, so that is the one thing I wanted to copy over to you for the chat, and it showed up on my deck on the wrong speaker notes, because I wanted to talk about one of the questions I got when I first gave this talk was, well, can I modify Angulars? Can I replace Angulars? Can I modify Vue? Can I replace Vue? Can I modify React? Can I replace React? Well, the answer isn't quite as simple as yes or no. Okay, with Angular, it would be really hard to replace it, although Angular has some concepts for expanding and out modifying their build tool. There's an article here. I've got it. I will copy paste it right now into the track 3 questions. I see some other questions in there. My YouTube stream keeps showing the same thing. If that's the case, I can't do much about that. The folks that have joined in on Zoom, are you seeing the correct screens? Can somebody pop something in the chat for me on that one? So I posted those 3 articles, but essentially in Vue, yes, you can replace it very easily. And they even provide documentation on doing it. In React, you can have your own build process, and there's documentation on how to do that. It's not as straightforward as Vue and not as restrictive as Angular. Angular's come a long way just in the last 2 to 3 years. In fact, that article you'll see is exactly 3 years ago. Okay, the folks on Zoom are seeing the right track. Thank you for joining in that route. I can't do much about anything beyond that. All right. So NPM, we've talked about NPM. Okay, it's a default package manager. It's installed with Node.js. It's really using Node.js under the hood to make these commands work. It's easy to install. Caveat there, if you're a Windows user, it's not quite as easy to use sometimes as it is other environments, but it's relatively easy to install. Cross-platform, millions of people have used it and built packages under it. Dependency management's good. It's got CLI options in there that are configurable. It's got good documentation, strong community. Okay, Yarn is one of the up-and-comers that I actually like really well. That was built to essentially speed up the process. So NPM, you do an NPM install and you end up sitting there for 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how big the project is. Larger the project, the larger you sit there. And Yarn, somebody, when they developed Yarn, said, hey, you know what? I'm downloading the same thing all the time when I install. I'm always adding in this package. I'm always adding in this package. If I want to download and save a file, I'm probably installing FileSaver. So what they're doing with Yarn is, if you have the same version of FileSaver, guess what? It's got it cached, so it just dumps that cached version. Doesn't have to download it from the internet. Also allows for parallel operations, so really cool. I've used Yarn on a couple of projects, and it does build faster build times, but you do have to think about things, because I'm really used to that NPM install, whereas Yarn, it's Yarn add. It's like switching between a Mac and a PC and copy paste. There's just a couple of things you got to keep aware of. Grunt, really cool package manager, task runner, I guess I should say. I put those up there just so I would remember and not put the wrong thing down. Uses a grunt file. Okay. Automating repetitive tasks. That's a cool thing. cross-platform, straightforward configuration. You saw how easy it was to configure and reason about what was going on in there. There's a large ecosystem. I did not get into plugins with Grunt. It's not real complicated. And it can do asynchronous tasking. It's got good documentation. It's widely adopted. I like it. In fact, I have an article on organizing Grunt tasks. Let me see if I can get that copied over real quick. And yes, okay. Sorry, I've got my Zoom stuff and my everything on 3 different screens. All right, so that's over there for you. And then taking a look a little bit at Grunt, let's just skip past that quick since we got to go kind of fast. Gulp. It's the biggest difference between the two is that Gulp uses a more efficient automation technique, allows for faster build times. It also is a little more complicated to set up, as you saw when we looked at the code. Okay. It is the strongest competitor to Grunt. It's cross-platform. It uses node streams to speed things up. There's a huge ecosystem. It's got thousands of plugins again. It's got a quality code base using Node.js best practices. Documentation's easy to follow, minimal API service. Okay, and let's see, here we go. Multiple file structure again. I'm going to copy another one and paste it over. Do you like my documentation? All right. All right, we looked at code. Let's get past that. Browserify. Okay, so we mentioned Browserify earlier on. Module builder bundler. Bundle front-end dependencies. Load them as a single JavaScript file. So it takes all that JavaScript stuff and figures out how to put it together. Okay, is an implementation of CommonJS, and it can only load Node.js modules. So it's how you import and export. Okay. It bundles everything into a single file, speeds up modular app, allows external requires, makes it possible to split bundles if necessary. Although typically you have to write it into browser, or you have to set up Browserify to do the splitting. Okay. So a little example of looking at the Browserify code, so we can install it globally. We can install it uniquely. We require unique, and then we can execute something against unique on that data, and it builds a bundle. Okay. Webpack is probably the bigger one out there. It's an advanced module bundler. You can read all of that. It can handle front-end files such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, CSS, images, other assets. So there are a lot of things that can be done with Webpack. It's pretty extensive. It can also use CommonJS, but it allows for native ECMAScript and AMD modules, import exports as well. A lot of configuration options, good code splitting into smaller chunks, dead code elimination, hot module replacement, support for source maps, which is really nice if you're mangling your code. When you go into to diagnose things, 0 configuration options since Webpack 4, and a large ecosystem again. Webpack is a pretty powerful tool out there. So why Webpack? Okay. Taking a look at JavaScript before bundlers were around, we had 2 ways to run JavaScript in a browser. You included a script for each set of functionality. Solution became hard to scale because you had a lot of these script includes, and you had to have them in the right order if you're using code from a previous one. And you have network bottleneck because the typical browser, I believe, still loads an average of 6 files at a time concurrently. So if you're loading 20, 30, 40 JavaScript files, it's a bottleneck. And it doesn't execute that until it finishes loading it. Okay. Second option is a big JavaScript file for your project code. And yes, you could do things like you can get a batch file to put it all together, but that's not really scalable as well, because then, you know, if you're working on a PC and the guy next to you is working on a Mac, batch files don't transfer real well, right? And the next step in that why Webpack is people figured out we can use these things called immediately invoked function expressions. And they came around because, you know, you're loading multiple functions that you created through JavaScript files. And if you're not careful, you overwrite JavaScript's version of whatever function. And IFEs allowed us to do things like create a namespace and make sure our code is included on one set of functionality. Okay, and it pulled it all together much more cleanly. Okay, JavaScript modules came around because of Node. Webpack runs on a Node.js. That most of these run on a Node.js. And it got folks thinking about how do we import combine? If we're already importing, can we build that package based on how these imports come together? Okay. Webpack was trying to solve the automation problem, the loading speed problem, loading just the necessary scripts. So can I customize it to load for particular pages? With single page applications, not as big a deal, but if you still had them split out, that becomes a big deal. And this is basics of how Webpack code looks. Nothing real exciting. It imports, it executes, it exports functions from bar, and then when we bring it in, we know to bring in those exported, imported pieces into a bundled file. So new generation, what's coming up next? And where am I at on time? I'm actually doing pretty good on time. Okay. So ESBuild, Snowpack, Vite, there are many, many new tools out there trying to solve various problems. I think that CSS tricks, no. Okay, I'm going to have to copy that one once the talk is over and get that posted, because that's one I don't have in my speaker note on that article on the new tooling. So ESBuild speeds things up. Extreme speed, no caching. ES6 common modules, tree shaking. For those of you who don't know what tree shaking is, if you've got a function in there that's not used, that you wrote, that you opted not to use later on, tree shaking essentially says, hey, this is a dead leaf, get rid of it. This is a dead branch, get rid of it, we don't need it. An API for JavaScript and Go, TypeScript, JSX, syntax is handled, source maps, minification plugins. All right, yes, I'm gonna go I'm trying to speed up. Snowpack, lightning fast front end tool. Okay, notice the speed we keep working on. Instance startup, build once, cache forever. Okay, so here we're using caching. Hot module reloading feature with a fast refresh. Out of the box support for JSX, TypeScript, React, Preact, CSS modules, more. Okay, seems like an interesting tool. I've heard a lot about Snowpack. Haven't used it yet. I would like to at some point. So Vite, French word for fast. Here we go, speed. Improving the experience. Two major parts: a dev server with hot module reloading and a build command to bundles code with rollup. It's a pre-configured. It's one that limits those options down, but it is extremely fast. Okay, so kind of crunched through most of that. I hope I spend enough time on the code. So it is time for questions, and I'll have to go back and look as I copy pasted things in to see if I missed any questions. Don't see on any other chat things in our local. Yeah, so I'll put questions out there. I'm going to go back and grab that one link that I wasn't able to copy paste over for you guys. Hope you enjoyed the talk. Hope you've got some questions. And enjoy the conference. And for those of you that'll be back, I'm doing a 3:20 talk, I think it is. And that one's a fun one. That's if you haven't had an in-depth talk on JavaScript's asynchronous activity, it's a heavily live coded talk. I really enjoyed that one. I'm glad they picked that one up. So if we don't have anything else, I'm going to leave this here until Bhaskar kicks me off. And yeah, then when I get kicked off, that's when I'll go find that file and copy it over. Okay. So I'm going to scroll back through let's bring that over here. I'm going to talk to myself for a while just so you guys aren't listening to dead air. Scroll back through. All right, so YouTube garbled up. I'm glad you guys came and joined in here. We wound up with folks jumping in and out. All right, so got that blog. No questions so far. Okay. Cool. Man, no questions. Was that just because nobody was here because the YouTube failed? I'll let them know that my YouTube was stuck and was joined Zoom. Okay, so now we got dinner. I did let them know I'm done talking, so they can stop the Zoom, so you don't have to listen to me chatter away and burn up time at the end. I hope you guys got something out of this. I don't know if anybody's even still on. Awesome. I was really looking forward to doing this in person. It's been so long since we've done it in person anyway. Since they're not recording it well anyway. That's the new generation slides. This.
I guess I've got one question if you still want to take it. What do you see as the trade-off between trying some of these new build tools like Vit and just sticking with what works?
I don't know that it's necessarily a trade-off. In my mind, the current tooling is extremely what it comes down to is, I think, in most cases, preferences. If your build process, let's say, takes 5 minutes for something complex and you're running on a virtual machine and resources for the process. One of these tools, like ESP, that's newer on the market, might be interesting to explore to try and train them around. However, the drawback there is you don't necessarily have the support groups that run into a problem with something that's not working quite right. If you run into that with web practice, it's going to be rare because it's been around for a while. It may take a couple of days or something to come out and fix or patch for that issue. On the flip side, I think, in my mind, I think it comes down to the biggest part that I talked about at the beginning is truly understanding what you're doing. I put this talk together actually with code further in depth later on because I wanted to. I wanted to understand what was going on and how I was putting things together. Like I said, we had that a super large project. The rep file was probably 3,000 lines for a build, and that was back in the JS days. And when one of our developers had to spend 3 weeks cleaning that up, I really wanted to start to understand not just what he was doing and how he was doing it, and why. I wanted to understand why it was so complex. And there are scenarios, especially when you're talking about now we're getting into cloud formation kind of stuff where they can execute these filters, but you may not necessarily want it all when doing it the other way a traditional build gets put together. I ran into that with Google. Firebase hosting. It was really simple. I was pushing an Angular project. I had routing terms on. Apparently, I had one setting to work for every project. Their host set it wasn't routing.
Right.
I was getting it from 404 so many times. It was very frustrating. Which, had that become a permanent project, we probably would have built
please let me know. During this talk, I'll be watching the Slack thread that is over in the JavaScript and Friends Slack channel. There's a channel named Track 3 Questions. All right, like I said, like I was starting to say, this is track 3 for the JavaScript and Friends conference. And I'll be watching the Slack channel over there, the one that is just named Track 3 Questions. So if you have any questions, feel free to jump over there in the chat and ask away. And with that, it sounds like I am clear to get started. If you are hearing background music, I apologize. I'm not sure where that's coming from. I see in the channel, Julia is hearing the background music. I don't know if that's coming from the YouTube stream. Okay, we're good to go now. Thank you, Julia. All right. So with that, let's get started. Today, I'm going to be talking about knowing your limitations. This started a couple years ago for me as I started reading about a concept called intellectual humility. One of the things that is fascinating to me about this subject is that as developers, we often think pretty highly of ourselves, and rightfully so. We build things for people out of pure thought stuff. We think of things, we code it up, and we create it. But that being said, even the best developers are still human, and being human means that we have flaws. And so what I want to do today is just kind of think about some of the limitations that we have, not because we're bad developers or because there are other developers that are clearly better than us, but we're human. So let's think about what that means. One of the reasons that this topic is so important, in my opinion, is because software is deemed to be unreliable. It's not going to be a surprise to anyone when I say that software is often judged to be buggy. There's a fairly major incident a couple years ago when there was an app for the Iowa caucus, and they were going to use this app to tabulate votes in, I believe, the Democratic primary. Yeah, it looks like from the image there's the Democratic Party. The only challenge was the app kept crashing. And so here was software that was supposed to make it easier to tabulate the vote. It was actually making it harder. This is not an isolated incident. These kind of things are so common that we almost have come to expect them. Now, I believe that most software developers in the world are very talented and very good at what they do. And they want to do the right thing. So why is it that if we have the right people building apps for the right reasons in the right way, that there's still this reputation that software is unreliable? Well, one of the things that is interesting about this problem is that it's not new. This man that you're seeing a slide of now is Edgar Dijkstra, and he had approached this problem. He originally was referring to it as the software crisis, but he was addressing it way back in the 1960s. And so if he was thinking in the 60s about this problem, certainly we would have come further in terms of addressing the issue, but we haven't. A lot of the things that he wrote sound startlingly current or modern. But he, in a paper or a presentation that he called The Humble Programmer, he wrote these words, and I apologize for reading, but this is kind of the key thesis of this entire presentation. Dijkstra wrote, "The analysis of the influence that programming languages have on the thinking habits of its users, and the recognition that, by now, brain power is by far our scarcest resource, They together give us a new collection of yardsticks for comparing the relative merits of various programming languages. The competent programmer is fully aware of the strictly limited size of his own skull, and therefore he approaches the programming task in full humility. And among other things, he avoids clever tricks like the plague. So one of the things that I love about this idea is that Dijkstra is talking about humility, not in terms of like not being a good developer, but just appreciating what he calls the strictly limited size of his own skull. So let me be clear. When I'm talking about humility in this presentation, I'm using Dijkstra's definition of humility, and that is not self-deprecation. I'm certainly not advocating for any kind of gatekeeping. Our industry has a lot of issues with imposter syndrome. That's not what I'm going for here. I assume that if you're watching this, that you're a very good developer, and I want you to believe you're a good developer. Part of being a good developer is knowing more about your cognitive abilities. And we're going to talk about that today because I want to help you be an even better developer, not because I want you to think you're not a good developer. And humility is also not spinelessness. I'm not advocating for people to not speak up. If you're in a team meeting, no matter which role you are on the team, you deserve to be heard. You have a voice, your opinion matters. And so I'm not talking about humility in terms of never sharing your point of view. Your point of view needs to be heard. Again, humility in this talk is specifically talking about what it means to be human and to have your thought process be run by a CPU that sits between your ears. So Dijkstra had said in this quote that brain power is by far our scarcest resource. And let's set some context here, because he said this at a time when, in his estimation, computers had come a long way and had become far more powerful than our human brains. But when he said that, state of the art for video games was Pong, right? So Dijkstra said that brain power was a scarcer resource than CPU power when our CPUs could render games that looked like this. And we played tennis basically with blocks and lines. And it was actually a lot of fun. If you ever played Pong back in the day, it was a lot of fun. But let's just assume that our PCs are even more powerful. They outdistance our brains even more than they did when Dijkstra wrote this. At this point, when Dijkstra wrote this, the state-of-the-art PC processor was the Intel 8008, a very limited chipset. It was chips like this that powered the Atari 2600, made it popular. It has a side note. If you've never looked at the computer architecture of the Atari 2600, it had 128 bytes of RAM, not kilobytes, but bytes. And just think about that for a second. If you ever played that game, if you're as old as I am and you have fond memories of playing the Atari 2600, think about the fact that that machine couldn't hold a tweet in its RAM. And that's a little bit cheating because the Atari actually allowed the CPU to directly address memory that was in the cartridge, not on the system. Suffice to say, still a very limited system. So when Dijkstra says brain power is by far our scarcest resource, again, we're way past that now. Like my phone that I've got here has the CPU power that would have just blown Dijkstra's mind. The USB chip in my phone is probably more powerful than some of the processors he worked with. So what does Dijkstra say to do with this? He says that the competent programmer is fully aware of the strictly limited size of his own skull and therefore approaches the programming task in full humility. I want to take some time today and think about what it means that we have a limited CPU in our head. We'll look at some of the drawbacks that humans have in their thought processes, and we'll talk about how to deal with that. One of the key ways that we deal with our mental ability that Dexter mentions is to avoid clever tricks like the plague. Although I've seen a couple people say things recently that we need to get away from using the phrase avoid things like the plague, because apparently we aren't very good at avoiding the plague, but that's another story for another day. Brian Kerrigan, who is one of the fathers of the C programming language, once wrote that everyone knows that debugging is twice as hard as writing a program in the first place. So if you're as clever as you can be when you write it, how will you ever debug it? This ties into what Dijkstra said, because Dijkstra is saying that we want to avoid clever tricks. If we're being as clever as we can when we write the code, then debugging it, as Kerrigan said, will be beyond our mental ability. Dijkstra had gone on to say that the best way to learn to live with our limitations is to know them. And one of the ways that cognitive scientists have studied and cataloged the limitations of our cognition is to start to list them as cognitive biases. Now, I've just shown a list of the cognitive biases that are listed on Wikipedia, and everything in this list is some kind of very common flaw in our reasoning. And it's actually kind of a long list. In fact, I can't even really show you the whole thing. Actually, that's not even all of it. Here's the whole list. This is just the list of things that scientists have said that we see that are common ways that we make mistakes. And that's not just specific to software developers. These things are common to all people. So as software developers, we have to admit that when we're creating software, there is a possibility that we will make errors. There just is. That's not about you being a bad programmer. It's about you being a human. But admitting the possibility of error leads us into some really good habits. If I know that I might have made a mistake, then I'm going to advocate for better testing. And this includes better developer testing. It means better unit testing. It means better integration testing. It means better QA testing. It means better UAT. We have to admit that we sometimes make mistakes. And while we can't test quality into the software, we need to have good testing practices in place if we're going to catch the errors that inevitably happen. Another practice that comes from admitting the possibility of errors, better code reviews. And this happens both as I am the reviewer and the reviewee. Because I know my teammates are also human, as talented as they are, when I do code reviews, I will try and be their double check. When I'm submitting a pull request and I get code reviews, I have to come into that knowing that there may be mistakes that I made. There probably are. One of the ways that humility works is that when I get feedback on a code review, I have to appreciate that my teammates are trying to help me and not tear me down. We have this bias in our industry where I think that my code is always right. And so when I get comments from a code review, my knee-jerk reaction is to be upset about it and, maybe even be a bit indignant. How dare you question this code that I wrote? It's fantastic. I've been doing this for a while. I've been a professional software developer for almost 20 years. And so while I have younger teammates that are smarter than me, I do have years of experience on them. And so sometimes I can get in this mental trap where I think because I have more experience than them, that they certainly can't write code or they can't make suggestions that are better than what I've already done. And that's garbage, right? I need to approach those situations with humility. And when even my most junior teammate right out of college, or in some situations, even still in college as an intern, They might have caught things that I missed. I need to be humble enough to accept that. That's one of those cases where humility has a direct correlation to higher quality software. Admitting the possibility of error also can lead to asking for help appropriately. And I'm not saying that every time you hit a bump in the road, you should go ask for help, but you should also be able to recognize when you're getting stuck. I was talking with one of my teammates a couple of years ago, very talented young developer, again, working with a technology that I just had a little more experience with than he did. And he had maybe spent a little too much time working on it by himself. And I gently tried to say at the end, like, hey, next time when you realize you're stuck, ask for help. We have people around here that can help you. And he's like, well, I just wanted to solve the problem. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Asking for help is how you solve the problem. We're in this together. Ask your teammates, learn from their experience and move on. Lastly, on this slide, admitting the possibility of error also leads to better naming and documentation. We often write code thinking that we'll remember what this variable name meant at all times. And studies have shown that at some point, enough time elapses that even if you wrote the software, that it might as well have been written by someone else, and you forget what you were doing. You forget your intent. You forget what this name meant. I don't know if you guys have ever had this. Again, I've been around the block a couple of times, and I've definitely had this happen where I was working on an older code base. And the example I'm thinking of, the code was 4 years old. I was looking at it like, man, who wrote this mess? Well, fortunately, there was source control, so I could go see. It was me. I created that mess. And the me from 4 years in the past had not done a good job of naming some of his variables. And the me from the present was super unhappy with the me from the past. Should have been a little more humble, taking the time to write names or create names for as identifiers that would be more helpful in the future, knowing that at some point I would forget what I was doing with that code. One of the things that we need to do is admit that sometimes others do know more than us. This isn't to say that we're dumb. It's just that sometimes people have different experiences or a different education level or just a different skill set because of their journey to where they got in their career. And admitting that others may know more than us leads to better solutions and use of better methods or use of better architectures. I was working on an app a couple of years ago, happened to be a React Native app. It was my first time working with React Native, and I still wouldn't consider myself a React Native expert. But what I had to do was I had to go to one of my teammates that knew more about React. In that case, she was a very new developer. She was in her first year as a professional developer. And I couldn't let head trash get in the way to say that just because I have almost 20 years of experience and she has at that time had less than one, she was actually the better person to help me design that application. And I'm very thankful that I went to her for help, and it definitely improved the app because of her input to it. When we're humble and we realize that there are a lot of things that we don't know or may never know, this motivates us to be lifelong learners. I can't rest on my laurels. I need to continue to learn. I need to continue to improve. And I know I'm saying this to you, an individual or a developer that is at a conference and you're here learning. So good for you. One of the reasons we need to continue to learn is because we need to continue to grow. So there's a lot of things we don't know yet. One of the things that I want to emphasize in this talk, when we talk about humility, is really what we want is just self-accurate thinking. You don't need to think less of yourself than you should, but you also don't want to think more of yourself than you should. You should have an accurate view of what you know and what you're capable of producing. One of the cognitive biases in that list that we looked at later is the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is a cognitive bias in which unskilled individuals suffer from illusionary superiority, mistakenly rating their ability much higher than is accurate. So the way this works is that when you learn something, when you first learn any of it, your confidence spikes way up. You have just gone from knowing nothing to knowing something. And so all of a sudden you think that you're very good at it. But then as your experience goes up, you start to realize there's actually a lot that you don't know. And so your confidence actually drops as you learn. But at some point, you start to learn enough that your confidence starts rising again. One of the things that I like about this slide, and I grabbed this image off Wikipedia, is there's actually a spelling error in it. And there is something very funny to me about the fact that a slide or an image on the Dunning-Kruger effect has a spelling error in it. Whoever created this maybe should have been a little more humble and had someone review it. Or I don't know, maybe they put it in there on purpose, which would be funny. Oh, yes. Love this statement. Humility is dignity. Yeah, good call. I'm going to jump over to I have not checked the chat in a few minutes. Are there? Okay. Doesn't look like there's any questions in the chat, but if you have questions or comments, feel free to jump in there. So there's a book that has just very recently been published by Manning, by Felina Hermans, called The Programmer's Brain. And I love this book. Dr. Felina has done a great job of actually kind of jumping in and looking at what it means for the developer that we have a limited set of processing powers going on in our head. In the book, she talks about a concept called cognitive load. And this is an idea out of neuro research that basically says that the amount of things that we can keep in our working memory at any given time is finite. So cognitive load represents the limit of what the working memory can process. When you experience too much cognitive load, you cannot properly process the code. So cognitive load is this idea that humans, depending on our mental ability, can kind of keep track of 7 to 10 things in their mind at any given time. If I ask you to remember a list of cities. If I just gave you 2 or 3 cities, you'd probably have that no problem. But if the list got to like 7 or 8, it would start to be tough for you to remember them, even in your short-term memory. And this is, again, there's different people have different ability levels, but like the limit is, or the range is like 7 to 10. It's still fairly consistent among people. This plays out in software in that if you have a function that is doing a lot of things, let's say you have a function that has 12, 13, 14 different variables in it. That's going to be really hard to work on just because your working memory has a hard time keeping track of that. The beautiful thing about this is that we can use the tool of abstraction to our benefit. So let's say we have this function with 14 variables. If there's part of that function that can be encapsulated and pulled out into its own function, right? We can leverage abstraction and say, well, this used to be 3 concepts, but now it is 1 concept, right? Because it's now just a function that I call. And so I'm limiting how many things I have in my working memory at any given time. So refactoring code actually helps us fit what we're working on into our working memory and reduces cognitive load. The other thing that Dr. Felina advocates is creating visualizations. Can I take some things and write them down? because there's this weird thing where I can take something in my working memory and put it on paper. And then basically that offloads it from my working memory onto that piece of paper, and I can look at it really carefully again. Again, all to release cognitive load. All right, jumping in and just looking at some questions. The user who's going by Crux is asked, what is imposter syndrome? Sounds intriguing. Okay, so this is actually a fairly broad topic, and I'm just going to skim over the top of it. Imposter syndrome is something we see a lot of in computer science, where because there is such a broad field of knowledge, we as developers start to see all the things we don't know. And so I get, like, you can get this feeling that, man, there's so much I don't know. Everyone else must know it. I must be a terrible developer, right? I'm an imposter. Someone, and then you get this feeling that you're going to get caught. Like, oh man, like I just saw a great talk. It was in this channel previously from Bob Fornal. He was talking about some JavaScript tools that I'd never heard of, like Vite. I'm like, oh man, I don't know Vite. I must be a bad developer. But that's head trash. Like there's so many things to know. No one can know it. It's okay that there are things that you don't know. So all that to say, imposter syndrome is kind of this like rampant cognitive bias in computer science, where we all think that we're imposters when actually we're all good developers. I am not doing that topic justice. You could do an entire hour presentation on imposter syndrome. If you're curious, I encourage you to do some more research on it. I have actually learned the phrase head trash kind of came from one of my former mentors, actually one of my mentors. He's still one of my mentors. And I just use that to talk about sometimes we just think about things wrong. It kind of plays into this whole talk. A lot of times, we think we're not as competent as we are. We think that we don't know as much as we do, and that can just be head trash. I'm going to do a quick check of the chat to see if there's anything going on. Okay. Nothing over here. Let's move on. So there was another book that was published a couple years ago called The Checklist Manifesto. And this was actually written by a surgeon, and it is a fascinating book. But the crux of the book is that there are things that we have to do that are so complicated that what we need is a simple checklist, or we will mess it up. In the book, he says, the volume and complexity of what we know has exceeded our individual ability to deliver its benefits correctly, safely, or reliably. And he says a little bit later, under conditions of complexity, not only are checklists a help, they are required for success. Now, what's interesting about this is that we often say, like, we're talking about something complex, and we say, oh, it's not brain surgery. Dr. Gawande, when he wrote this, was in some cases specifically talking about brain surgeons, some of the smartest people by reputation on the planet. And there are still things in their work that's so complex that they need a checklist to, things to make sure that they've done before the procedure starts, things they need to do before the procedure ends. And it's important for them. It actually originally comes from the discipline of flying commercial airplanes. Commercial airplanes, if you've ever seen a picture of a cockpit, are unbelievably complex. And so before pilots take off, they actually run through various checklists that are provided by the airplane manufacturers to make sure they've done the right thing. Knowing that complexity exceeds our individual ability to deliver benefits reliably means that we can also apply checklists to our development practices. Maybe you could have a checklist for what needs to be in a card before it's considered fully refined if you're doing Scrum. Maybe you have a checklist for your code reviews. Maybe you have a checklist before you do a deployment. anything that you do regularly that involves some amount of complexity, you can start to deliver checklists for. This kind of goes back to the idea of the things that we can keep in our working memory. If there are a lot of things going on in a software deployment, there might be small details that I forget. So having a checklist just reminds me of all the things I need to do. If I've remembered, then the checklist only cost me a number of seconds. If there's something the checklist reminds me of that I had forgotten, it might save me hours. So very much worth the investment. There's another book written a couple years ago by Dr. Edward Hess and Catherine Ludwig called Humility is the New Smart. And they say that humility is a mindset about oneself that is open-minded, self-accurate, and not all about me, that enables one to embrace the world as it is in the pursuit of human excellence. Their book is talking a lot about how we live in a modern world where we have the internet at our fingertips kind of at all times. If there was something I didn't know, I could reach down and ask Siri right now, and there's a good chance that I'll get that information. And so while in the past, there might be some benefits to just knowing a large number of facts, that is very much nullified in the information age. So the authors of this book talk about the humility as being important because we have all these facts at our fingertips. So we need to spend more time learning. We need to be open-minded, and we need to hear the ideas of others. And that's how we really create great products. In my research for this presentation, I also ran across a paper by a professor at Duke in the neuroscience department. And he did a whole paper on the psychology of what he calls intellectual humility. Intellectual humility, in his parlance, is very similar to the definition of humility I'm using in this presentation, very similar to the definition of humility that Dijkstra was using when he wrote his paper. But he also focuses on this idea of having an accurate self-knowledge. He says, having accurate knowledge requires that people consider the evidence on which their beliefs are based, remain vigilant to the possibility of being incorrect, solicit and consider the perspectives of other informed people, especially those whose viewpoint differ from theirs, and revise their views when evidence warrants. Now, this sounds a lot like a software development activity, right? Remaining vigilant to the possibility of being incorrect. It just sounds like we need better testing. Consider the perspective of other informed people. Again, that goes back to this idea of going to our teammates, asking for help, asking for code reviews. He goes on to say, in his research, as noted, people high in intellectual humility are more curious. They distinguish strong from weak arguments more clearly and are more accurate in recalling whether they have been exposed to certain information, and think more about information that contradicts their views. I love that he emphasized the importance of curiosity. When we think we know everything, we start to lose that curiosity because why do we need to continue to study? We know what we need to know. And so we are better learners when we're intellectually humble because we're more curious, and that drives us to learn. This is C.S. Lewis, and you may know him from some of his fiction work, like the Chronicles of Narnia. He also was a professor at Oxford and had written on a lot of subjects, ranging from theology to literary criticism. But he is often quoted as saying that humility is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less. And that is a very terse way to say something very meaningful. It's a great quote. It is unfortunately not something that C.S. Lewis has ever seemed to have said. He did say something very like it. So it's very possible that someone took what he said and just made it shorter, made it punchier. What Lewis actually said was, do not imagine that if you meet a really humble man, he will be what most people call humble nowadays. He will not be thinking about humility. He will not be thinking about himself at all. This idea that humility is not even so much thinking about me, it's turning the focus. I don't have to think as much about me as I need to think about other people. Now, why does that help us be more successful as software developers? Well, when I'm humble and I focus on others, that means that I'm going to try and be more helpful to my teammates. And hopefully that pushes me, or that pushes the team to be more successful. Sometimes there are things that I need to achieve as an individual. More often in software, we need to achieve things as a team. And so I can make the team better by empowering my teammates. I can help them learn. I can sometimes just allow them to use their talents, their skills to achieve certain goals of the team. But I can't let my ego get in the way. I need to help them. Maybe more importantly, even the teammates, is focusing on users. Because at the end of the day, there's not a lot of software that's created for its own sake. Our software, the software that we create, is there to benefit the users. There's another famous paper written in the 60s called The Computer Scientist as a Toolsmith. It was written by Fred Brooks, who also very famously wrote The Mythical Man Month and No Silver Bullet. But in Computer Science, in Computer Scientist as a Toolsmith, he says, a toolmaker succeeds as and only as the users of his tool succeed with his aid. He goes on to say, however shining the blade, however jeweled the hilt, however perfect the heft, a sword is tested only by cutting. The swordsmith is successful whose clients die of old age. We need to remember that as software developers, and no matter how complete our unit tests are, no matter how well refactored our code is, no matter how new of a JavaScript framework we're using, the only thing that makes us successful is when users of our software can succeed. As software developers, we build tools. And as sophisticated as our tools are, we need to remember that the only thing that our tools do is either help our users work faster or know more. When we're building software, we need to think about which of those two goals, or maybe both of those goals, we're trying to accomplish, and then make sure that we're helping our users achieve one of those ends. Back to Dijkstra for a second. He said in his paper, a very similar idea. He said that we must not forget that it is not our business to make programs. It is our business to display and design classes of computations that will display a desired behavior. As developers, we get really hung up on the business of making programs, and I'm as guilty of it as anybody. I care a lot about code. I love learning about new tools and technologies. Honestly, it's fun. I am lucky to work in a profession that I find so entertaining. But that can't get in the way of us thinking about what our users need to accomplish. All right, I'm going to pause here again for questions. I'm just going to check the chat. I haven't been out of there for a couple minutes. Julie says, any advice on encouraging a team to consider cognitive biases when planning or scoping work? I think it is worthwhile for anybody, and not just software developers. I mean, it's worthwhile for any adult human being to at least skim through that list of cognitive biases and kind of understand what it is that you do, like how you think. One of the really interesting ones is what we call anchoring bias, right? Meaning like if you're going to hear a couple ideas, either the first one or one of the first ones is the one that you kind of gravitate towards. And so it's important to know that that is a thing that we all do. So I would say the first step would be for you or someone on the team to do a little bit of research on those and start to bring them up. I don't know of any teams that like have taken time to go do cognitive bias training. It'd be really interesting to do. But one of the things that's really helpful is to have names for some of these things. It can be hard to tell someone that, hey, I think you're thinking about this wrong because you're just stuck on this first idea. It is a much more approachable idea to tell someone, hey, I think right now you may be experiencing a little bit of an anchoring bias. Because then you're not saying something about them, you're saying something about, something that we all go through. And so having names for some of those biases allows us to converse with them in a way that's a little more impersonable. It's not an emotional attack at that point. It's just a very factual thing. Any other questions before we jump forward? All right. So, couple resources before we close. Hold on. I'm going to see if this is a question. Oh, all right. So if you're enjoying this material, there is a blog post. I know it's a shameless plug. It's on my blog. So it's actually the blog post that kind of was the first genesis of this presentation. But if you just search for Humble Toolsmith, the importance of humility in software development, you can check that out there. There's also some really fascinating comments on it. It was posted to both Hacker News and the programming subreddit. Interesting discussions there. Actually, some of the feedback from some of those questions and comments in those chats made it into the presentation, actually made it a little bit better. So anyway, you can Google for that or just check out that link. Also, I really recommend this book called The Programmer's Brain. I am not affiliated with the author other than having had some brief interactions with her on Twitter. I think she's fantastic. I think the book is really good. So check that out. I listed a bunch of books. Obviously, I endorse them all. This is the one that I think is the best. As a side plug, I work for a great company called Core BTS. If you are interested in your next gig, or you think that you want to come work with people like me, you can hit up this email address, careersbegin@corebts.com, or go to corebts.com/careers. We're hiring. You already knew that. It's the world we live in. If you want to connect with me, I will be in the chat in the Slack channel for a while, or today, or I guess I could put this on there. The easiest way to find me online is on Twitter. I'm @PotterEric, and I would love to discuss this more with you if you have more ideas later. But let's get back to the point where Dijkstra closed his paper. I love how he closed it. So I apologize for reading, but I just think this is so good. Dijkstra says, "We shall do a much better programming job, provided that we approach the task with full appreciation of its tremendous difficulty, provided we stick with modest and elegant programming languages, provided that we respect the intrinsic limitations of the human mind and approach the task as very humble programmers." I hope today in this hour that I've helped you maybe understand a little bit more about the limitations of the human mind. Hopefully you'll have a little bit more self-accurate thinking after this. Hopefully this helps you in your development journey. I'm confident that you are all very talented developers, and I just want to help you be the best you can be. I continue to attempt to apply these things. I continue to grow in my understanding as well. So let's continue on this journey together. I appreciate you being here. Oh, here it is. Like I said, if you want to talk more, you can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me on Twitter at PotterEric. This has been delightful. Thank you for your questions and your comments. Thanks for being engaged. And again, I've enjoyed the conversation. Go forth, be awesome. Thanks.
Let me stop this. Okay. Give me 1 second. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm trying to get rid of this. All right. Screen share. Can everybody see my screen, the slides? Can everybody see my screen? Okay, go. Alrighty, thank you. Thank you, Julia. Julia. I am so sorry. Look, I'm tongue-tied. Okay, everybody. My name is Crux Conception, and it's a pseudonym for crisis intervention. And what we're going to talk today about is when stress meets tech. And this lecture was based on research I conducted. I went to go speak to someone in a, I think it was Louisiana, New Orleans. It was at a culinary arts convention. And I asked them first, why do you want me to speak there? Because I talk about mental health a lot. And they said, well, because of the death of Anthony Bourdain, and there is stress in the culinary arts profession. So that got me thinking. So when I started speaking in to tech communities, I noticed that I sent out through the people I met as approximately 1,300 of your peers in the tech community, and in the tech community. And what happened was I sent out these anonymous questionnaires for them to send back to me, and the results were astounding, and about the stress that they face. And a lot of people want to know, why is a retired criminal profiler or hostage negotiator talking to us, people in the tech community? One thing I have in common, when we do this live, I would see other attendees shake their head, and it's that we like problem solving. Homicide detectives, such as my retired homicide detective, such as myself, a criminal profiler, and people in DevOps, programmers, people in the team community within the technology field, all shake their heads because we are problem solvers, and we like to get to the problem, and we like fixing problems and getting to the truth. So that's what we have in common. But another thing we have in common is that the top 3 most stressful jobs in the United States in 2021 was in this order: medical profession, technology community, and law enforcement, in those orders. So let's get started. What I'm going to do is talk to you. The outline of this is the lecture will give hope, and hopefully it's inspiration as I talk about my personal battles with PTSD. And The key takeaways in this talk are as overall alertness regarding the onset of stress, stress at one's place of employment, mentally being able to support yourself, and recognizing the best methods to do such. Okay, now right here next, what I'm going to do is before I show this slide, I want to show you, I wrote a book. It's unpublished at this time. I just finished it 2 weeks ago. It's called Outside My Mind, Dirt on the Badge. And it's about my struggles and with PTSD. And notice I won't say overcome because it's something that you deal with every day. And these are proven methods that help me to recover. And if you want a copy of my unpublished manuscript, all I ask is that you do not share it with people and that you read it for your own personal enjoyment, because I'm still in the process right now trying to get a literary agent to promote this. But what I did is, as an adjunct professor, what I would do is I always liked reading the summaries at the end of the chapter, a little cheat sheet, so to speak. And instead of summarizing my chapter, I did summarize it, but I summarized each chapter in my book in the form of a poem. And the poems have to deal with mental health and social justice. And we're going to start with this poem first before we get started with anything else. And this is called I Hate You, Mental Illness. This is, again, a chapter summary from my unpublished manuscript, Outside My Mind, Dirt on the Badge. I hate how you appraised me with no rationality, charging fees while putting a price tag on my mentality. You invaded my mind both day and night, questioning my motives, whether they be wrong or right. So allow me to compare you with the actions of racist police. Mental illness you harass, invade, violate, and never cease. When outside my mind, I look and see myself behaving like this, one day sad and hopeless, the next day filled with bliss. You ask me who retains this brain. I respond, I think you already know. I cry to you, mental illness. I am the proprietor. Please let me go. On June 14, 2017, my life changed. At approximately 3:51 a.m., I was found unresponded while sitting in the driver's seat of my unmarked detective vehicle. The responding officers knocked on the window of the car and woke me up and asked what I was doing and asked me why was I out so late. And I told them that I was heading to Krieger Park to kill myself. I had my loaded .357 off-duty Magnum weapon on my passenger seat, and I was ready to go, take myself out. What they didn't know, and what no one knew, that several hours before this, I had severe back pain. And my back pain was so bad, I was literally in tears. And I went to squad meeting and I asked, can I take the day off? I drove to my doctor's office and I got prescription medication and prescribed muscle relaxers. And I also got 3 injections of lidocaine in my back. What my doctor, who's a childhood friend, and myself both didn't know was that the muscle relaxer, minoxidil, was known to cause bipolar effects in individuals in rare cases. And unfortunately, I was one of them. But the stress before that accumulated. My daughter was arrested in a vehicle pursuit with the gang unit. They asked her, they knew she was my daughter and they called me to come get her. And I was upset and I was so angry. And I said, no, let her go to jail. And what I did not know before that, she went to jail and she cooperated and she bailed out, and not police officers, but 3 individuals dragged her out of her place of employment and beat the crap out of her. Then I found out that a week before that, she was a victim of an assault, sexual assault. And here I am feeling like the worst father in the world. Didn't think I just was worthless. I was a piece of crap. And on top of that, the stress of that, on top of the minoxidil, I woke up a couple hours later, about 3 o'clock in the morning, something just told me to go kill myself. And by the grace of God, only thing I'm happy for and grateful for that night was that I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't crash anybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I was so high off those narcotics. I literally thought I was in my personal vehicle. To this day, I can see myself pressing the sunroof to my Jag to give myself air so I can just stay awake long enough to head to Creator Park and kill myself. But in reality, I was in my police vehicle. I was once angry and withdrawn. I wanted to blame everybody. I was sounding like the angry black man after what happened. And if you are interested in found out what happened and why I was so angry, please again ask me for a copy of my manuscript and I'll tell you why. But it's a lengthy story and I don't think we have time to get into that. But what happened was time and a team of mental health professionals allowed me to once again regain that person who I was, and also reconnected me to my religion, which was very important to me not at that time, but later in life and now. I'm going to introduce what I call the Dr. Dre method. And what I did was I utilized these words may be simple to you individuals in the tech field, but to a lay person like myself or other individuals, these are just routine, regular words that we are comfortable using. These are words that are associated with technology, like download, router, delete, reboot, and encrypt. And those things we will get into later in regarding to the Dr. Dre method. What they don't see from you individuals, and again, ladies and gentlemen, all these slides were developed based on answers on questionnaires I had sent to people, your peers, people in the tech community. Approximately 1,300 individuals submitted these questionnaires back to me, and I compiled this research and then eventually this presentation. Working as a developer, a specialist, a designer, engineer, expert manager, and technician, these demands a high level of precision over the extended period, and any minute, any minute lapse in one's job could be disastrous in your field. These demands can cause an increase in blood pressure and adrenaline, leading to stress and mental health strain. What they don't see, what people on the outside don't see when it comes to the technology community and the technology profession as a whole, is that technicians and developers have a high level of psychological frustration during hours of work. Those who work continuously, I'm talking about 50 plus hours a week, will most likely display signs of physical and emotional discomfort during their off hours. Tedious, and I usually, if I'm there live, I'll say how many people have tedious tasks or boring tasks, and there'll be several people raising their hands. It's the high demand of the job itself and the work burden and absence of control over the job itself. You feel like you don't have any control over the job. And again, I used to ask people this question, but I asked them to keep their hands down. But talking about managers and supervisors, poor managerial skills, poor managerial interactions. A lot of times I know, and we all place managers in law enforcement the same way they do in technology. In the law enforcement, we always say there's a lot of chiefs, but not enough Indians. And we always seem to get that manager, like for me in homicide, you always get that manager you would think that would know homicide, that would know the streets. But instead, this individual practices on compartmentalizing everything. And defective technology. How many out there are working with defective technology? Just like in law enforcement, we have defective technology, not just our tool belts, but within the squad car and the computer and the data system, things like that. Fear of losing a job. I was in Dallas and I talked to an individual who worked for Microsoft, and he was a developer for approximately 15 years. And all of a sudden, they informed him that he had to change his job description and the title of his job and to something that he was unaware of. This whole job description, he was vaguely aware of it. And if he didn't complied to their request that he was going to lose his job, and that is stress. These remain the same occupation stressors that have been defined as problematic for a variety of professional occupations. Now, excuse me, I'm going to do what Eric did and check back and forth and see if there are any questions to this, and apparently not, so that's cool. But we go again. And the health issues that are faced with stress. Typical health problems due to stress are acid, peptic disease, heartburn, alcoholism, asthma, diabetes, fatigue, of course, tension, and headaches. Other issues, hypertension, insomnia, irritable bowel syndrome, or as my grandmother used to call them, the bubblies. You get psychoneurosis, basically that's a nervous wreck, sexual dysfunction, skin disease. And let me go back to introduce myself. People always when I would hear a speaker talk, I would always say, what's this person's background? Did they write a book or anything like that? I had 25 years of law enforcement, both on the federal and local level. I was a criminal profiler, psychological profiler, homicide detective. In my spare time, I worked as a hostage negotiator. And in my other spare time, I received my bachelor's in psychology, my master's in forensic psychology. And hopefully next year, by this time, if I complete it, I'll be Dr. Crux Conception, because I'm working on my PhD in forensic psychology. There's 17 of us in law enforcement in my family. My mother calls us the Black version of the TV show Blue Bloods. Work-related stress. Work pressure can be explained as the harmful psychological and physical reactions due to the work that you're going under, or the work pressure that you're going under. These arise when the demands of the career don't fit the capabilities, means, or requirements of the employee. Work stress may result in illness as well as personal injury. For me, going through my PTSD, I tried several different therapists, even medication. There was one medication I did because I couldn't sleep at night. I ended up gaining, I was 210 pounds. I ended up gaining 100 on the dot, 100 pounds, 310 pounds. But I lost that because I finally, after going to a therapist that just listened, sometimes you just want somebody to just listen and just shut up and just listen. And I was going through therapist after therapist, and they all made me feel like I was just a paycheck to them, or that I was wasting their time, because you see them when you're talking to them, they would look at their watch or look at the clock, or they would interrupt you and cut you off while you're talking to them. What you want is somebody to just listen. That doesn't even have to be a therapist. If you have somebody that can just shut up and listen to you, then that's even great. But I met a doctor in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Actually, he came out of retirement to help me, and he introduced me to something called rapid resolution therapy. And if you heard my background, and my background in psychology and education, I didn't believe in like hypnosis. I was totally against it, but after 20 minutes under this session, I woke up feeling revived, feeling like I can conquer the world, and it worked for me. And I'm not plugging it and I'm not promoting it. It's just worked for me. There are several other therapy methods out there that are just as good, but this became my lover. Work-related stress happens to be one of the most significant health issues in the modern world. Again, as I stated, medical profession in this order, technology profession, the tech community, and law enforcement community suffer they are the highest three stress-related professions in the United States as of 2021. Work stress arises in response to both the work environment and the worker itself, as you yourself in the environment that you're in. For instance, you could have some workers that are just gung-ho, what they call in the tactical world, in the SWAT world, special forces world, high speed, low drag. It means you're just a go-getter and you're out there. And there's some people that just take their steps real cautiously. And that's how I was. I would write one sentence at a time, and every sentence that I wrote on my my reports, I had to make sure that I answered the question for the reader. So I took my time, as it would, you get a regular officer that would write a regular report. And what I'm saying in law enforcement, you can relate to your tech assignments and projects that you do. Some people could just write out those projects and solve them real quick, or just have an answer to them, a solution to them real quick. Me, I took my time. Whereas it would take a regular individual to write a 20-minute report, 20 minutes to write a report, it would probably take me an hour, because I would proofread, and a lot of thought went into my writing. Lifestyle factors used to decrease stress. Utilizing one's social skills can help or improve an individual's lifestyle. And we'll talk about that later, things that you can do with your coworkers or your family members or by yourself that can improve your lifestyle. Again, here we go. Activities within the workplace. Build or use more often social media interactions. A lot of people tend to shy away from social media. I wasn't a social media fan until I developed the group Crux Conception, which is a pseudonym for crisis intervention. And a lot of people would not be into social media. But before I interacted in social media, what I did was build my profiles, and then I just sat back and watched everybody. And then you sit back and you watch a lot of the silliness that goes on in social media. And instead of getting upset about it or worried about certain things, you can laugh at it. You just look and laugh at it. Like I'm not going to say anything because it's a political topic, but a lot of things I would think about, like, wow, did this person went to med school? Did this person spend 8 years in a medical laboratory to determine why they are, against or for this? But they are preaching their thoughts, which is okay. You got every right to do that. But at the same time, you think, what medical school did this person go to? What are their credentials? Are they related to, is their last name Fauci? Why are they up here spreading this information to individuals when they don't have a background to it? Like myself, I tell people right off, I don't have any background in technology. Only thing I have regarding technology is being in law enforcement. We all want to problem solve. We love problem solving. We love getting to the truth and getting answers solved and answers or questions answered. And that's one thing that individuals in the tech community share with individuals such as myself. Lifestyle factors again. Request that your company implements a discounted rate to a fitness facility. You can, agencies can do that. City departments do that. Why can't your agency do that? Why can't your agency go to Anytime Fitness or a Planet Fitness or a Gold's Gym or whatever's in your vicinity and say, hey, can you give my employees an employee discount rate? If you don't want to be stuck inside all the time at a fitness facility, especially this day and age, you can start walking outside or running. Walking's even better if you do it with a friend or a group of people, because when you walk, you can communicate and you can talk back and forth. Next is pick up a hobby. If you pick up a hobby, if you have one, devote time to it more frequently. Be yourself. Let that silly odd sock in you come out. And when I'm talking about pick up a hobby, it can be anything. Like for me, for instance, I just decided to take a me day and I just started mixing. I love mixing music and records with my DJ equipment. I will take any Frank Sinatra or any Tony Bennett song and mix it with the instrumental version to a Dr. Dre song or a Tupac song. And when you listen to it, for me, it has to be perfect. I have to make sure the stems are right. I have to make sure that Sinatra's voice is out there in front, and I delete the instrumental to his song like Night and Day or Chicago. And I would just take those vocals and I would mix it with a hip hop tune. And it's cool. You get a feeling of accomplishment, like, wow, look what I did, you know. And it just, you can see the smile on my face. I can't see myself because I have the slides here, but if you can see the enjoyment in my face when I talk about it, it's a stress reliever. Let me check and stop and see if there's any questions. Okay. Let me see if anybody's putting any questions in the talk. Okay. All right, back to our talk. Sorry about that for a moment. I got sidetracked. Okay, here we go. Talk to yourself and do this in private, of course. And there's nothing wrong with having a healthy discussion with yourself, ladies and gentlemen. You could talk to yourself in private, and you could do that. And you know what? You'll save a lot of money on counseling fees and therapy fees, because for me, what I did was I just talked to myself constantly. And for me, what I was doing, I was just gradually, slowly sinking into a prayer. And I ended up praying and having a conversation with God. Mediate, focus on breathing. If you just take your time, like if you notice, when I give lectures in Europe, I gave a lecture at a tech conference in Budapest, and they said the lecture was fine, it was good, but I just talked too fast because English wasn't their mother language. Although they spoke it fluently, it was hard to catch up because I spoke fast. So what I would do is, like right now, I notice I'm probably speaking fast, so I will just concentrate on my breathing for a second while I'm talking, and it'll slow down. Visualize yourself performing things. Do, just like they say, speak before, or think before you speak. Visualize yourself before you do something. Visualize yourself performing something before you do it. For instance, I look right to my right and there's my mouse. I can go back and way and I can feel my mouse here. And to get more distinctive of what I'm talking about, you can visualize yourself doing a project or working on a team project, and it's like a chess game. Anticipate your next move, not your opponent or your coworker or your teammate's next move, but visualize your next move. For instance, I hate to say it, but the young lady, the officer in Minneapolis who shot that individual, meant to go for her taser. I'm not second guessing her, and I'm not being an armchair or a couch potato or armchair quarterback on that. But I know for myself, I've been retired for a year now, and I can go like this right here, and that's where my taser used to be. I can go right here, and that was my body cam. Right here was my mic. Right here was, I'm left-handed, was my weapon. Right in the back were my handcuffs. Right here was my mace. Right here was my extra magazines. So I don't know why that individual did that. But I just, if you visualize yourself doing things every day, you'll become more adapt to it, and it'll flow like second nature. For example, if you go on my YouTube account and look at my TED Talk, I did rapid resolution therapy. It was hypnosis, and I did that like 3 minutes before I stepped on stage. And I memorized a 15-minute stage, a 15-minute talk, and it's flawless. Like here, I didn't memorize it because this is very dear to me, and I wanted to be as authentic as possible whenever I talk about mental health. And that's why you hear me say the word a lot, or stop, or go back, and because it's not fluent and I'm not flowing. But with rapid resolution therapy, I memorized an hour long speech at one time, and it just took me 5 minutes to go through rapid resolution therapy, and I memorized it without cards or slides or anything. Give yourself a me day, not me time, but a me day, ladies and gentlemen. For instance, you could do anything. Like 2 weeks ago, I gave myself a me day. You know what I did? I binged watched MASH. That's all I did. And you know why I enjoyed that day so much? Because I took control. It let me know that I took control. I didn't answer my phone. I didn't respond to my texts. I didn't look at social media. I didn't look at email. I didn't even touch my computer. I just watched MASH all day. Now you could do whatever you want. You can go plant, you can go yard work or gardening or go shopping or go on a trip, but do it by yourself. Do not include anybody else, because at the end of the day, when it's all over and you're in bed and you close your eyes, one thing you're going to think about: I took control of my life. No one had any influence on it. So give yourself a me day. Keeping a positive mindset, stay focused. You can always, ladies and gentlemen, you can always find good in any subject. Even if it's a negative subject, you can find good in it. For instance, I learned more about my body. I learned more about my genes. I learned more about viruses than any other time in my life. And I'm 52 years old because of COVID, and because I did my own research and I listened to the certified, documented, educated professionals regarding this matter. And I became more aware. And I can think of another thing. My grandmother, her death was very traumatic for me. She died at a time in my life when I needed her. And now I can think of the positive. I can think of the positive things she says. I can think of the positive things she did to me. So you can turn any negative situation and think of one little speck in that whole negative. Say it was a movie. You could take a 30-second frame out of that negative personal biopic in your life, and you can turn it into something positive. You could take one positive thing out of that, and you can run with it. The Dr. Dre method. Dr. Dre method, here we go. For D is for download. Download the stress, the stress that's causing you in your life. Determine, basically what it's saying, you got to find out first and determine what's causing that stress in you. Again, like I said, law enforcement and people in the tech community have one common goal, and they share one thing, and that's the number one key ingredient. And they like problem solving, they like getting answers to our questions. So you have to determine what is actually causing you that stress. Then once you do that, or you use a mental router to direct that stress to a secure place in your mind, because you can't get rid of stress, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not here to say you can't. What you can do is you can put it in a secure location in your mind. If you can't ignore the stress, hey, I understand that. Find a place to route it to a location in your head where it is safe, but it won't affect you. Ladies and gentlemen, this may seem stupid and this may seem silly, but if you just close your mind and you just close your eyes, keep your mind open, picture your head as a drawer, as a computer, as a compartment, and just store it somewhere else. For me, since I'm left-handed, I store things on the right side of my brain. And I always store it right here. And I never overload it. Learn to delete future stress elements. It's up to you. Once you discover what's causing you the stress, delete it by using and you ask how, by using past methods that you have developed in the past through your Dr. Dre methods or through any other methods. You don't have to call it Dr. Dre, but I beg you, develop a method. Make it funky. I did make it funky, or something that you can just embrace and be proud of. Once you found that method, keep it. Like my grandma used to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which helped you to conquer prior situations involving stress. Those same elements are still good. Reboot yourself and focus on a positive aspects. It may seem futile, however, there are bright sides to negative situations. Like I said, if you had your life story was a biopic, was a movie, and it was for 3 hours, and it was just totally negative, a totally bad, sad story, you can find a 30-second clip in your life story. And that movie that's on that silver screen, I guarantee you can find a 30-second clip of something positive. You can go from there and forget the rest of the movie. Encrypt your mind to secure positive parts. Once you have learned all these methods, or learned your own methods, my methods, anybody's methods that are a positive solution to alleviate stress, lock them in and secure them in your mind. I always secure it in my on my left side of my brain. And then you can even give it a password. For instance, if you have negative influence, human negative influence in your life, then get it out. What I do is I draw a mental circle, and right there in the middle of that circle is me. And I don't allow, not even family members, not even children, not even coworkers or lover, not plural, I'm sorry. Those days are long gone. But if you could put that and put yourself in there and only allow a few people in, and what I do is once that person's in, then they're done. I send them back out. I don't keep them in the whole time. I send them back out until our next occurrence or our next gathering. Then I let that person back in, but I have to trust that individual. I have to trust that person with my life in order to put them in that circle. I used to allow everybody in my circle. I used to allow everybody and tell them my whole business. Only time I tell my whole business is in this book. And that's it. Other than that, I don't let anybody near me that I don't trust. I have to trust them. Okay, let me see if there's any questions. Okay, still no questions. All right, what we're gonna do now is go back, and we're finished on this because there were other things I had to do talk about, but they're more of a team interaction. They're more of a, if you ever saw me speak or if you ever checked out any of my YouTubes, I like to get out in the crowd and ask their opinions or ask them to give me an example. And I like basically I love interaction, group interaction and group involvement. And hopefully next year we can meet in person and do that. But here's another poem from my book. It's called Harmony is Serenity. And this right here is a deflection. I found something good. And this goes to what I was talking about. After I got my involvement and my PTSD was consuming me, we were allowed to go to Marco Island, Florida, and I was married at the time. And it was a good time for me. I'm a drone fanatic. One of my sponsors, DJI, supplies me with a great deal of drones, and I love flying drones. And so while my wife and her friends were, kicking it and partying and drinking, and I had just got out, and I wasn't allowed to drink because I was taking tests and urine tests, and I had to keep clean. And so I didn't get to drink. So what I did was work on my PhD and fly my drones. And people thought I was being aloof and being to myself, but this trip was for me as well. And there was one time it got real nasty and ugly verbally on text with my wife and I. And I put in my book, I said, yeah, if you read chapter 6, it gets pretty nasty. And I said, so I am just talking about one good time that I had in Florida during that time. And then I put in there in quotes, yes, I am deflecting. But this is what I talk about. It was a bad time, that time that we went on vacation. And I just thought about being with my drone or being outside in the Florida air or being in a little canoe by myself, in the ocean. And that was just great. So Harmony is looking at impenetrable serenity. I'm sorry, depression. Are you upset with me? Does it tear you apart to see my serenity so composed? Sorry you missed it. Last call, the bar is closed. Harmony is looking at the intellectual liveliness. Just think the other day there was despair and loneliness. Liveliness is emotional. Liveliness is highbrow. Liveliness is serious, something I can feel now. Placidity is tranquil, placidity is thin, placidity is jolly, placidity is within. Love is God, and so is peace. Does that peace make you shiver, or does it allow your faith to increase? Pay attention to bliss. It's the final install. Bliss is the deepest elation and greatest creation of all. If you embrace bliss, then you embrace yourself. If you embrace oneself, then you have mastered to love yourself. Okay, well, that is it. And I will be back at, I believe, 4 o'clock to talk on another topic, team building. I hope to see you then. Thank you.
share. Gotcha. So we have 20 more minutes before we start. Right. Sounds good. I'll be here for the next 20 minutes. Sounds good. Thanks. All right, awesome. Looks like I'm live, so I will share my screen and get started here. Okay, let's see, how does it look? Just want to make sure that I'm sharing the right screen here, so I'll wait for the YouTube feed to catch up. And we'll make sure that we're good. Nope, yeah, I'm sharing the wrong one then. All right. No, I don't want that. One second, everyone. Let's share this other screen here. All right, now that we're sharing that, let's start it and see how that looks. Okay, give this a minute. All right, yeah, that should be the right one now. Okay, perfect. Alrighty, well, thanks everyone for joining today. Let me move my Zoom icon out of my feed here. All right, perfect. All right, now we can start for real. Well, thanks everyone for joining me today. I'm disappointed that we weren't able to do this in person, but totally understand how things are going these days. We have to kind of make do with what we have. So, but virtual still works, and happy to talk to everyone today a little bit about identity. So the talk today is Identity 101. I basically wanted to just give a introduction to the identity space, specifically targeted for JavaScript developers, and more specific on that is front-end developers. A quick little introduction about myself. My name is Tyler Clark. You can follow me on Twitter at I am Tyler W. Clark. I'll post some slides, a link to these slides here later today once I'm done with this talk. I am a developer advocate engineer at Auth0, which is obviously the theme of my talk today. And I have a bunch of courses on Egghead.io. So if anyone is interested in learning more about myself or some of the other work that I've done, you can find me there. Cool. Let me make sure there's no. Okay, yeah, there's no comments or questions in the YouTube chat. That's good. All right, go back to sharing. Sweet. So a little bit of background about myself. Before I've been at Auth0 for a year and a half now, and before I became a developer advocate, I worked primarily in the front end. I worked starting off with WordPress sites, and then I moved to working with a mean stack, Angular 1 app. I did that for about a year, and then I moved into React full time, working as a front-end developer for a couple of companies from startup to enterprise level. More recently, I became more full stacky. Within the last 3 years, my last job was more full stacky, but still have an emphasis on the front end. And at my last job, we had a team dedicated to solving the identity solution for my previous company. We had a team of like 4, 5, 6 developers that would handle anything authentication, authorization based. And we would just send a GET request to them asking for authentication, passing on some user information, and they would respond back with tokens. And so they handled all the identity for me. And I think that's pretty common in a lot of enterprise-y type companies where there's kind of a team dedicated for security and authorization and authentication stuff. But that wasn't what it was like for me before Auth0. And it wasn't until I got to Auth0 that I learned more about authentication and how to set it up. Because our day-to-day as a JS developer, or especially front-end focused, is mainly working with components or working with some type of UI blocks, working with some type of framework, toolings, and we all have our own meetings. And so when you're working with an application, you don't have that security team, or you don't have a team that can handle your identity solution for you. The tasks might get passed on to you to coordinate with, either if you're full stack or if you're working with backend developers and so on. You need to know what you're doing from the front end perspective or from the JavaScript perspective on the client, so that you're able to do your part of the identity solution. And when you think of authentication or identity, you might instantly think of the login form that every site has, right? The username and password, or using some type of other element or factor when you sign up or log in, right? That's kind of the go-to thought of identity on the web is the login form. But as you quickly get into the meat of how to set that up, it becomes overwhelming pretty quickly and can become more than you'd like to handle, especially if you're just learning about authentication. And this is I'm sure everyone has, or most people have seen this GIF of the kid that is being interviewed by this reporter about going to school and if they're going to miss their mom. And the little boy smiles and then instantly starts crying as he thinks more about it. Now, we don't want this to be the case for all of us, especially if you're wanting to move more full stacky, or if you want to learn more about authentication or identity in general. This talk is kind of a crash course into that. My goal is to teach you a high level overview of what is happening at a high level behind the scenes of identity solutions, and what it means from a JavaScript perspective to set up authentication within your application. So we're going to start with some buzzwords first, some terminology that gets thrown around a ton, and kind of give you a little bit of a definition for each term, because as we move into the second part of this talk, more of an implementation, I'm going to be using these words a lot, and I've always found it's helpful to kind of understand the terms before you start actually working with them. So we're going to work through 7-ish terminology here, or standards. We're going to talk about digital identity, authentication, authorization. So those are two different ones there. OAuth 2, OpenID Connect, JWT, JWT or JSON Web Tokens, and claims. So first up in our list is digital identity. So let's talk about that. It's a term very commonly used, especially in identity solutions in the identity space, as you can imagine. But whenever you create a new account with an application, let's say that you're signing up for an e-commerce site that sells shoes. You create a new account, you put in your email, maybe some other factors like phone, address. If you buy something and you save your card to your account, and then maybe they ask for your date of birth, all of those are attributes about yourself. And those are being saved in the context of a particular application, this e-commerce site. And all those attributes that you're inputting create your own personal identity. And so that's important because that brings together everything that application needs to know about yourself. Now, the next two terminology we're going to talk about is authentication and authorization. Now, those two are very similar. Turn this off. Okay. Those two are very similar, but also very different and very important topics to be discussed. So authentication is the process of verifying who a user is. So whenever you go to an application, if it's not just a static website with no functionality and it's just text and images, and you want your application to figure out who a user is, you need to set up some form of authentication. You need to figure out who is visiting your website. And the way that you do that is by providing valid credentials. So this is typically the username and password. And there's other factors and elements that can be used to identify verify who a user is. And all of that wrapped up is called authentication. Now, once you've identified who a user is visiting your application, the next part of that is verifying what that user has access to. So for example, let's say that I visit Facebook and I authenticate using my username and password. After I've authenticated, Amazon or Facebook now knows who I am. And if I try to access somebody else's profile, they need to be able to differentiate what I have access to. And that second piece is authorization. And we're going to talk a lot about authorization today, and as well as authentication. There are two things that go hand in hand, but kind of represent two main differences or two main flows within the identity solution. And so it's important to understand the differences between those two. The next topic is OAuth 2, and it naturally flows after we've talked about authorization, verifying what a user has access to. In order to understand OAuth 2, though, which might be a new terminology for you, was definitely for me before I came to Auth 0. Before we talk about it, let's kind of back up a little bit and talk about how applications worked with other applications on the behalf of a user. So for instance, let's say I want to integrate two applications together. So let's say that I have a to-do app, some type of task manager app, and I want that to work with my separate third-party calendar app because I put some to-dos on my calendar app sometimes. And I want those two to work together. Before OAuth 2, which is delegated authorization, which is the way that we can allow to-do and calendar app to work together, before that came to be, to-do app would ask me for my credentials so that it can authenticate with the calendar app. So I would give my personal credentials to to-do app, which it would then send to the calendar app and then log in or authenticate as it were myself. Now, as you can imagine, there's two really big problems. There are lots of problems with this, but two really big problems that stand out with this type of flow. The first one is sharing credentials is obviously really bad, right? If I'm now increasing my chances of being in some type of data breach, especially if you make the grave mistake of using the same username and password across many similar applications, you're increasing your chances by passing them out to other applications to be stolen or in some type of data breach. The other one is, with this to-do app becoming yourself and accessing the calendar app, the to-do app application now has all of the privileges and permissions that you have as the user. So it can now change settings within your calendar app. It can add events, it can delete events, but really all we wanted it to do is see to-dos that I've already put on there, only work with that and add that to the to-do app. I don't want it to have any access to anything else. So those are the two problems. Sharing my credentials exposes myself to more some type of other data leak, and sharing credentials and the to-do app can now do everything that I can do with the calendar app when I really just wanted to give it a limited scope. And this is why OAuth came into the picture, and specifically OAuth 2. So OAuth 2 is an open standard for performing delegated authorization. And what that means is it's a way of granting third-party access to APIs without exposing credentials. So this is how we can get my to-do app and my calendar app to work together without exposing my credentials. And OAuth 2 gives us an ability to only give certain permissions to these third-party APIs. And it does this by using something called an authorization server. Now, we've talked about the word authorization already in the beginning of this talk. Authorization meaning verifying what a user has access to. And so a server, the authorization server, is the mechanism behind that. This is a set of endpoints to interact with the user and issue tokens. Now, we're going to dive deeper about tokens here later on, but authorization servers is the battery of what powers OAuth 2. Let's talk more about this. So again, we have our same scenario with our to-do app and our calendar app. Now, calendar app is going to create or work with some form of authorization server. With this authorization server, the to-do app is going to pre-register in some way or set up some type of connection with the calendar app beforehand, so that when users ask the to-do app to integrate with the calendar app, it already has that set up and there's already been some type of contract between the two. Now, let's say that I've already signed into the to-do app and I am requesting that the to-do app integrate. The To-Do app will send a simple GET request to the calendar app's authorization server, asking if it can integrate or work with this user's to-dos on the calendar app. Once the calendar app gets this information within the browser, calendar app will either in the same tab or in a pop-up or a new tab or some form of pop-up within the browser, the calendar app is going to ask the user to sign in with the calendar app's credentials and authenticate with the calendar app. So here the difference is we're not giving our credentials to the To-Do app. The calendar app is asking that we authenticate with them within the browser. So here we enter our credentials, and you've seen this when you try to connect your GitHub or your Google, and a little modal pops up or another tab opens or asking you to sign in. Once we've successfully signed in with the calendar app, this is how the flow will work at a high level. The calendar app will send an auth code to the To-Do app, basically saying that it's successful. The To-Do app will send that auth code back, and if it hasn't been tampered with and it looks correct, then the calendar app will respond with an access token. Again, we'll talk more about specifically what a token is, but this access token is going to allow the To-Do app to work with the user's information. But backing up a little bit, back to this step here, after we've authenticated with the calendar app and we've entered into our credentials, the calendar app on another page or within that same view is going to ask us what permissions do we consent giving to the To-Do app. So here we can say or limit what the To-Do app has access to. So let's say that we don't want it to update our settings or change events. We want it to only see to-dos. So this is kind of like part of that flow. With that information, when the calendar app sends over the access token, that token is only going to have the consented permissions. And the To-Do app, when it works with this token and requests to get data from the calendar app on behalf of the user, that token is going to define only the to-dos, and it's not going to allow access to other aspects of my account with the calendar app. So this obviously gets rid of the problem of no more sharing credentials, right? We're working with an access token between the two third-party applications, and I'm not giving my credentials to the To-Do app, and I'm not giving it too much power. I've defined what I want to give out during that consent screen of the calendar app. So this is great and all for calling APIs. This is a great way of working with data resources between third-party applications through an API. But what if you want to do more? So let's say that you want a user to authenticate with your application using an account that lives in another system. And this is similar with the sign up process where you want to create an account with Google or Facebook or GitHub. How do you do that? And you might be thinking, because I would definitely do, why can't you just do this with OAuth 2? Why can't you just work off that access token that gets shared? And it's important to understand the difference between authentication and authorization, right? Those are the two terms that we've been throwing around and we talked about in the beginning. OAuth 2 is not an authentication protocol, it's an authorization protocol. So it's for delegated authorization only. Remember the access token that gets issued after authentication between the calendar app and the user? Well, that access token could be stolen. And the To-Do app doesn't necessarily know who the access token is issued for or where it came from. In the past, access tokens were used to kind of combine user information and so that the To-Do app can know who it's for. But today, that's not very secure, and the access token doesn't have that information on it. And so you get the confused deputy problem within your To-Do app, where the To-Do app, again, doesn't know if it's stolen, doesn't know who it's particularly issued for, or where it even came from. It just knows it has this token and it's going to use it with this third-party API. So in order to address this, we need to work with some form of authentication between the user and the To-Do app, so we know who it is, and we can work off of some other information. This is where OpenID Connect comes in. This is the next block of buzzwords that we're going to talk about today. So OpenID Connect, or OIDC, is built on top of OAuth 2. And this is that missing piece, which allows the third-party apps to verify the identity of the end user and obtain basic user information, because that is not present on the access token. It was in the past, but this is the new way of working with user information, is through OIDC. With OpenID Connect, or IDC, it creates one login for multiple sites, because it gives us the way to authenticate. You'll notice this with a redirect to an OpenID site. Again, everyone's probably seen this when you try to create an account and you have that little pop-up for your third-party application. Info is sent back in JSON Web Tokens, or JWTs, GWTs. And JWTs contain claims about an entity. So these claims give us information about users, which we'll dive into deeper here in a little bit. So OpenID Connect, as we say here, info is sent back in this third box here. We say info is sent back in JSON Web Tokens, and that is an ID token. So we've already kind of talked about an access token that gets passed through OAuth 2 between an authorization server and the application you're trying to work with. That token defines the access that third party has access to when it comes to integrating with or accessing their APIs. The second token is this ID token, which comes through OIDC, and it is similar in form or structure as access tokens. ID tokens have to be a JSON Web Token or a JWT. Access tokens don't necessarily need to be, but many identity solutions like Auth0, they're both JWTs or JSON Web Tokens. Within these ID tokens, it's the user information. So it gives us a way to parse them. They are base64 encoded, so it works in the browser. Unlike access tokens, they're not used to obtain direct access to APIs. They're used to provide user information to the client that requested it. Now, I've been saying this word a lot, so let's talk a little bit about JSON Web Tokens, because ID tokens are JSON Web Tokens. Access tokens do not necessarily need to be, but again, Auth0 and other identity solutions do send them as JWTs. So it's an open standard that defines a compact and self-contained way for securely transmitting information between parties as a JSON object. And on the left here, the red, purple, and blue, that is a encoded JSON Web Token. So again, it's base64 encoded to work in the browser. And JWTs are 3 string segments that are concatenated by periods. So you can see the red is a segment, the purple is a segment, and the blue is a segment. And each one of these segments have their own purpose. As you can see on the right side, there is header, payload, and then this signature section. And we're going to briefly talk about each one of these. The first segment, header, contains the signing algorithm and token type. So you can see ALG, that's the signing algorithm, and the type, and it's a JWT. The payload is the second purple section, and it's another data object with data claims. So this is going to give us information about the user and authentication event. And then this third section is how to verify. This is the crypto segment. JWTs are signed so that in the case that they are maliciously updated in transit, we can check to see and verify what changes have been made and if it's still a valid token or not. It's signed with a key, and when the client receives the ID token, it uses a key to validate them. So in other words, a couple bulleted points here. JSON Web Tokens, they can be used in various ways. We've seen it with authentication, right, with ID tokens and OpenID Connect. Authorization, they're used with access tokens for accessing resources. And just in general, they're an information exchange between applications. They're signed, they're structured, they're deterministic, so they're same across the applications. We do maintain a website that's free to everyone at jwt.io. You can see at the bottom of the screen here. This gives, this is a way where you can grab tokens from your network tab and paste them inside of this website. And all the screenshots that you've been seeing so far, all of those are taken from this website that I've put into. You can decode a JSON Web Token, and it will spit out the decoded section on the right. So it'll split those 3 segments and show you on the right. So we've kind of jumped through a lot of topics here quickly in the last 20 minutes. So how did we get to JWT.io and JSON Web Tokens? Well, first we talked about OAuth 2 and its shortcomings with authentication, how it does great with authorization, but has some shortfalls with authentication. So that led us to talking about OpenID Connect, so that we can get ID tokens. It's built off of the OAuth framework. With that ID token, we get information about users, and that is in the form of a JSON Web Token or a JOT. So I want to dive a little bit deeper into this payload section, and more specifically, what it's called when you see this key value pair instead of this object here, because another very common word that's used within the identity space, especially when working with JOTs, is a claim. And what you see in that key value pair inside of the payload, those are claims. Each one of those is a claim. And basically it's a statement about an entity, typically the user, and additional metadata. So when you see this information here, you see the key value pair here. We see sub, name, and admin. So claims are just pieces of information asserted about a subject. Generally, it's referring to the name or key. So here we have a subclaim, a name claim, and an admin claim. So claims are thrown around a lot, especially when talking with JSON Web Tokens. And again, they're just referencing the key value pair inside of the payload of the JOT. Now, there are some reserved claims like ish, ISS, sub, and odd. These represent different things like the issuer of the JOT, the subject of the JOT, and the recipient of which the JOT is intended, the audience. These are reserved. So in other words, saying as you work with JOTs in your own application and your own authorization server and whatnot, you don't want to override them, because you can add custom claims and to extend your application. So as you're working with ID tokens and authorization servers, you can add your own custom claims to work with that more on the front end or inside of your client browser. So if you want to display someone's email around the top, you can send that on an ID token by adding a custom email claim. So we've talked about 7 buzzwords here, and I want to quickly recap those before we get into a little bit more of a diagram of how this all plays together in a normal application or a very happy path application using identity. So we talked about digital identity, the attributes of a user, authentication, where you use some form of credentials to authenticate or to sign in on a site, authorization, working with understanding what a user has access to. Do we show certain pages? Do we respond with certain data? That kind of thing. OAuth 2 for delegated authorization, particularly between third-party applications. OpenID Connect, built off of OAuth 2, in a way to work with the identity of a user and issue ID tokens, which are in the form of JOTs, JSON Web Tokens. And within JOTs are claims, which provide information about that user, like name and email, if you add those custom claims. So again, I've worked primarily as a front-end developer before I started at Auth0. And a lot of my work, I didn't have to deal with identity. I didn't have to worry about it. I knew that it was important. Definitely didn't want to be the subject of some type of data breach. But I think it's helpful for everyone to at least understand how identity works at a high level, especially if you're working with it in the browser. So you have an idea, and if you ever get asked about it, you can sound like you know at least what's going on. Because again, you want your application to work seamlessly with your users. You want to provide a great experience that's secure and again, doesn't end up on Yahoo News or something. So what does this look like? Let's kind of put things together. Let's showcase a real life application. So we've got our browser here on the left. On the right, we have some form of backend. We've got an API, a database that we maintain. And now we want to add authentication to our app. And so what that means is we need to work with an authorization server of some kind, and that could be Auth0. That's the service that Auth0 provides, is this authorization server. Now you can create this yourself, but there's obviously a lot of things that go into it, and it becomes a lot of maintenance to work on. But you need some form of authorization server to add authentication. Now, when users visit your browser or visit their browser and load your application, now all of your JavaScript, HTML, CSS files get downloaded, right? They all get downloaded to the browser and appear. When a user does visit and all of the files have been downloaded to the site, we would like to know who the user is. So we need them to authenticate so we know who's accessing the site. They're going to input their credentials, whether that be a one-time password or just a simple username and password form. They need to input that information. Once their credentials are inputted, you'll want to send that to an authorization server. If it's valid, then the authorization server will respond with both an access and ID token. Access so that we can work with our API and our database, and ID so that we can display information and work with that user's information within our application. What a lot of applications do is set cookies on the page. Now, this doesn't work on some sites like Brave, or some browsers like Brave and Safari. So this is not the go-to standard, but this is very common. What a lot of authorization servers and browser and applications will do is set a cookie within your site, so that when a user revisits the page and refreshes the page, they don't have to constantly sign in. So a cookie is stored there. And as a user refreshes the page, behind the scenes, you can add additional code that will check that cookie, check that session that's currently going with the authorization server, and send that information to the authorization server. If it's still valid, the cookie's still valid, then the authorization server will respond with new access and ID tokens. Now, there's other ways of doing this so that it works in Safari and Brave. Other solutions is storing it in local storage, but each option has its own pros and cons. Now that you have an access token that originally got to your application in some form, you're going to grab that access token, some stored in memory, and then send it on an API request to your API or database. Now, the way that you do this is if you're using vanilla JavaScript fetch or Axios, you'll want to add an object, the header object, and one specific header is called authorization. And you're going to paste that base64 encoded string access token inside of that authorization header and send that along to your API database, which using some form of middleware will then need to work with the authorization server to validate. And again, if you refresh that page, you don't want to force your user to sign in or add their credentials again. So you need to work with the authorization server and that cookie and that session or some type of local storage to see if it's still valid and get new access and ID tokens whenever, if that is successful with the authorization server. Now, as you can imagine, this is very, very rudimentary. This is very much the tip of the iceberg. I haven't talked to you about how do you make sure that the transfer of tokens and information between across the internet is secure. And there's many different ways of working with the code that handles a successful passing of credentials and working with the tokens, because unfortunately, it's very easy for tokens to be manipulated, and if they're not signed and checked correctly, and there's not a process in place to handle any kind of security issues, you'll quickly find that your application is vulnerable. And so this is quite literally the high-level overview of how that flow works, and it's definitely the tip of the iceberg. So how do we get us, especially front-end developers or JavaScript developers, how do we get us to not feel like this kid, right? Because as you get into it, you'll see that authentication in and of itself, that feature is an ongoing process. It's something you constantly need to monitor, especially on an application that's running in production and gathering users' information. It becomes a full-time job, which is why a lot of companies are very successful with handling that authorization, handling identity solutions for companies like Auth0 or Okta. They provide a lot of that code and a lot of that overhead for us so that we don't have to worry about that. So with that in mind, we've kind of talked about at a high level what you'll have to do in order to set up identity and set up your own application, create an authorization server, some form of code there, have to store and work with cookies and tokens and send that information back and forth. You can do that, or you can work with an identity solution like Auth0. And so I kind of want to walk through an example of what that looks like using an identity solution like Auth0. So let's say you have a React code, React application. Well, thankfully, we do have a lot of SDK documentation around this that showcases how to get up and running using identity solutions. Very simply, you just need to npm install the auth0-react SDK package. So you can use Yarn, you can use Yarn add for that. Once that's installed, you'll just need to wrap your React app with some type of provider. So here I've got an Auth0 provider component that I am named importing into my application here from the Auth0 React SDK. I'm going to wrap the app component, which is my main app. This is very typical, especially if you've worked with Create React App. You wrap everything with this provider, passing it some credentials about your personal Auth0 account. So whenever you'll need to set up an Auth0 account for this to work. But once you have that provider, and if you're a React developer, you're probably aware of context. With that context, now at the high level of your application, now you can work with some hooks. And we do have a use Auth0 hook that comes with the Auth0 React package. So once you bring this into your code, and you can now work off of some functions and values that you can get off of your use Auth0 hook. So for example, let's say you wanted to create a login page that takes users' credentials securely and sends that off to your authorization server. Well, if you're creating it yourself, you'll need to create a new page, right? Probably, or a modal of some kind, and forms collected that username and password and send it. Well, if you're using an identity solution like Auth0, all you need to do is create some form of button that says login. And there's a function login with redirect. And this will actually redirect your user to a separate page, showcase some type of login form that you can custom configure inside of your Auth0 dashboard. Now with this login form, users can sign in, sign up, use social connections like Google, Facebook, whatever you've configured within your Auth0 dashboard. All that's going to be present. And all you had to do as a React developer here on this authentication side is just bring in a login with redirect function. And that's it. Users are going to be able to have a full login authentication experience that you can customize yourself inside of your Auth0 dashboard. Very similar to logout. Logout will go through a process of invalidating the tokens and cleaning up any kind of sessions or storage that's going on with this current user, all by just importing in a logout function and adding a separate button called logout. Now, they also provide very easy ways of working with both of those tokens. So remember, there's the ID token and the access token. The access token is obviously used to send on a request to your API. But here is an example of working with the user token or the ID token. And here, all you need to do is grab the user object that comes from the use Auth0 hook. And now you can say, hello, user.name. And if there is a name on this, if there's a name claim on the ID token, you have access to it. You don't need to work with pulling it out of some sort of storage or cookie or request. You just have access to it really quickly. To grab the access token to then send on some type of request, there's another function for that. It's just called get access token silently, and it comes from the same use Auth0 hook. And so this is a function that will return an access token if there is one within your browser session. Now, again, this is really just the tip of the iceberg. Don't want to bore everyone with all the stuff that you can do with the SDKs, especially if the React one. If you want to protect a route, so let's say you have an admin or profile page, you don't want it to even load anything unless they're authenticated. And if they're not, maybe redirect them to your login form. Well, you can do that with the SDK. It's a very simple function that comes off as well. Calling API, sitting along the token. We kind of saw how to get the access token, but it's very easy to just grab that and put it onto the fetch request. What about handling errors? If someone has an issue with their token or someone doesn't authenticate correctly, how do you handle that within your app, right? So this is an easy way of doing that inside of using the Auth0 SDK or checking for loading states. You don't want to have stuff in flight while you're still authenticating a user. You have access to a quick Boolean value that you can work with. And that's just React. There's Angular, Vue. There's also all the backend languages that you can possibly imagine and work with, like PHP, Node, Python, Ruby. All that stuff has great SDKs that you can work with to set up the API level of your application. Now, I know that this was a lot of information. There's a lot going on with identity, and obviously, again, it's a very large and prevalent market, as you can see from lots of companies out there like Auth0 and Okta that have found great success, because it is something that's on the top of the mind. I think T-Mobile just this week had its own data breach. So security is definitely an important topic, and identity solutions like Auth0 try to make it as easy as possible. But hopefully today you learned a little bit about some buzzwords that you hear a lot in the identity space, how that flow works, and hopefully the next time you hear someone ask you the difference between authentication and authorization, hopefully you're able to know the difference. And again, you can find me on egghead.io. I have some courses on there, and then on Twitter, I am Tyler W. Clark. So feel free to DM me. My DMs are open. Happy to help with any questions I can, whether it's regarding Auth0 or we have a great ambassador program with Auth0 where you can kind of work hand in hand with Auth0 for some free swag, travel requests, speaking stuff. So feel free to reach out to me there. But appreciate everyone having me on today, and it was a blast. Hopefully we get to see everyone in person here soon. Thanks.
And good afternoon or good evening, everyone, depending on where you're joining us from. My name is Sam Nasr, and this is JavaScript Web Workers, Communication, and Storage Features. A little bit about me before we get started. First and foremost, my Twitter handle, @SamNasr. I've been a software developer since 1995, and I am the senior software engineer at NIS Technologies, where I do consulting as well as teaching a variety of courses, one of which is regarding JavaScript. I've been certified with multiple certifications from Microsoft, and I run the Cleveland C# VB.NET user group, in addition to the .NET study group that meets online. I've authored several articles for Visual Studio Magazine, and I've been a 5-time Microsoft MVP. So for this afternoon's agenda, basically after the introduction, I'm going to go through web workers, then going to discuss WebSockets, and then geolocation and the web storage features that are available within JavaScript, as well as the Modernizer library. So with that, let's go ahead and get started with web workers. And what a web worker is basically, it gives us the ability to run a script in the background independent of any other scripts. As you know, JavaScript is single-threaded, so we can't really have multiple threads per se. However, much like in the old days of DOS, where we can utilize semaphores, pardon me, where we can utilize semaphores, we can duplicate that multi-threading feature so that it looks like we have multiple threads running, and we do that using web workers. So it allows us to run a script in the background, actually multiple scripts, and we'll see that in the demo. And it doesn't affect the performance of the page because, again, it's running on the background on the user's client machine. The background process has access to APIs such as navigation, geolocation, etc. However, it does not have access to the DOM. With web workers, we can use that for concurrency, where we can have a dedicated worker, or we can utilize a shared worker. And it runs in an isolated thread. So every worker runs in an isolated thread, separate from the others. And essentially what happens is we establish a boss and worker exchange. So it's a type of relationship where you have the boss that initiates the worker, and then the worker replies back to the boss with a specific message. So it could be that we have the boss initiates a method on the back end in the worker process to calculate some long-running algorithm, and then we just need the result back. So the worker would go off, start the processing, and then when it's done, it would reply back to the boss. So this is done by a couple of event handlers. There's the onMessage, which is the event handler done in the boss, and then that will invoke the worker. And then when the worker is done processing and it calculated whatever calculation it needs to do, it replies back to the boss using the post message. Another option for communication is through WebSockets. WebSockets are essentially a standard bidirectional TCP socket between the client and the server. So a socket provides low-level interface for sending and receiving data. This is different from HTTP, where we can send one message and then it's completed, but rather with WebSockets, we can have multiple messages, more like real-time communication in full duplex, send and receive back and forth repeatedly. So WebSockets operate over a single socket, and it's exposed via the JavaScript interface. And again, this is only for compliant browsers, so it's not for all browsers. And we'll talk about compliant browsers a little bit later on. So in order to utilize a WebSocket, you would essentially have to build a server, and you can do that using a variety of different languages, Node.js, C#, PHP, etc. But once you have that server built, then you can communicate with the client. And you do that within the client by establishing a new connection. And if you notice here in the sample code, we have a variable called connection. And all it's doing is it's instantiating a new WebSocket object. And within the constructor, we're passing in the URI for that WebSocket. So in this case, we're going to be using HTML5 rocks.websockets.org. And all this is doing is echoing back. And again, we'll cover that more in the demo. So this provides a new URL schema. You notice that in the code, when I'm specifying my URI, it's not HTTP or HTTPS, but rather it is WS for WebSocket. So this is a different schema than what we've seen in the past. And again, this is targeting WebSockets. If we want to utilize a secure WebSocket, then in this case, we would use WSS. And this would be similar to HTTP and HTTPS. So with a WebSocket, essentially it starts doing a HTTP handshake, and then after the handshake, either party can send, meaning it is not where the server has to send first or the client has to send first, but either can send multiple times repeatedly. Think of it like a phone conversation with a friend. You start the conversation by making the call, and then the friend answers. Either one could say a number of messages, and then the other person can reply back with one message per se. So it is not necessarily a one-to-one exchange, or rather it's just more like real-time communication. So the advantage of WebSockets is that it offers low latency and near real-time connection between the two parties, the client and the server. An example use case for that would be for multiple online games or chat applications. It could also be used for a live sports ticker or real-time updating of social streams. Now, if you compare WebSockets to the older technology of AJAX, obviously with WebSockets, you have the advantage of low latency, full duplex, and it's long running, meaning once we establish the connection, it can continue running for a long period of time. AJAX, on the other hand, has been widely accepted in various frameworks due to its longer existence. It has wider support in various browsers, and it's more used by developers in general. So we talked a little bit about both WebSockets and web workers. So let's take a look at a demo of that. And so let's start off with web workers. So with web workers, let's take a look at the code that I have. And the sample page. Okay. And we'll go ahead and we'll do this web worker process demo 1. So what this is going to do, it's a very simplified interface, and I have that intentionally just for demo purposes. So what it's going to do is I'm going to start a worker, and once I start that worker, it basically is going to start incrementing a number and then replying back to the boss, aka the web page. So I'll go ahead and start the worker, and you'll see that it's sending messages, and then it's getting the reply back from the worker. And there it constantly keeps incrementing, and we'll go ahead and stop that. Now, what does that code look like? Let's take a look at Visual Studio, and we can get a better idea of it. So everything here is self-contained within a single file, with exception of the JavaScript. So I have my standard doc type HTML and setting my headers, and then I have my 2 buttons, start worker and stop worker. And then this is where the rubber meets the road inside this JavaScript. So in here, I have a variable W, which is going to be my worker. And then I check to see, once start worker is invoked, I check to see that the type of worker is not undefined, meaning that this browser supports the worker procs. And then if it does, I check to see that W is undefined, meaning it hasn't been instantiated yet. And if so, then I instantiate it by setting it to a new worker process. And then if you notice in the constructor for worker, I'm passing in worker proc1.js. What is worker proc1.js? Let's take a look at that. And basically, it's a very simple JavaScript. And all it is, it's a method that just simply takes I. So here at the very beginning, we instantiate I set to 0. And then we just keep adding 1 to I, incrementing it by 1. And then remember the ability for the worker to post back to the boss. We do that using the post message method. So post message will send back the message saying sending message, and we're going to send I. And then we wait for half a millisecond, and then we continue to loop again. So as we're looping through this entire method, basically what it's doing is it's just constantly incrementing I and then sending it back to the boss. Going back to the boss, before we got to this point, basically we're just setting things up here. So we didn't really invoke it. So we're setting up the worker process and we're passing in the worker proc1.js. And then here is where we actually invoke it. So we say on message, and this is the event handler, where we're setting it so that it's going to call the on message method of the worker process. And then whatever result we get back, we're going to put it in the inner HTML of the element called results. And this is the element stated up on top. So if the worker process is available or is available within the browser, meaning that browser version supports it, then we'll go ahead and start it. Otherwise, we just simply display a message saying this browser does not support the web workers. Okay, so all this is within the start worker method once we click that start button. And then on the stop button, all we're doing is we're calling the terminate method of the W or the worker proc, and then we're setting it to undefined. So this way it allows us to reuse the code after the termination. And so it constantly keeps running and reaching out to the worker proc, and the worker proc responds back to the boss using the post message. Okay, so once again, the boss calls on message, and then the worker proc responds back with the post message. And in our case, we have it set so that it loops constantly every half millisecond. Okay, let me pause here and see if there's any questions. And doesn't look like we have any questions in chat. Okay, so works great for a single web worker. What about multiple web workers? Like we said, how do we prove that they don't step on each other? So there's another method, another example that I have, and that is the web proc demo 1 and 2. And we'll show you what that looks like. We'll back up here. And we'll go to 1 and 2 HTML. So this is identical to the first example, with the exception that it's basically doubled, meaning we have 2 web workers, and we have a start worker 1, start worker 2, stop worker 1, and stop worker 2. So same concept, 2 separate buttons, but I just want to prove that they can run independently of each other. And I can start the first one, and then I'll go ahead and start the second one. And you see they both continue to increment independent of each other, not stepping on each other. When we look at the code on the back end, what that involves is, again, very similar to the first demo that I explained, except I have 2 separate JavaScripts. I have worker proc1.js and worker proc2.js that I invoke and start worker 2. What does worker proc2.js look like? Identical to worker proc1.js. Okay, the code's identical. It's just slightly different in the sense that I called it worker proc1 versus worker proc2. But as you see, they continue to run independent of each other. And we have a question. Is service worker same as web worker? Question from YouTube. I haven't come across the term service worker, so I don't know. I can't say for sure. But I'd have to look at sample code of service worker to see how that functions. It could be the same terminology, but I haven't come across it. Also, in addition, if you would like to, whoever asked that question, if you'd like to follow up with me afterwards, I will have my email posted, and then we can further discuss it in more detail afterwards. Any other questions? Okay. So moving right along. Let me close some windows. All right, so we talked about the web workers. Let's talk about WebSockets. So let's go over to my demo folder, and I will pull up a WebSockets. And here's my WebSockets demo. So if you recall with WebSockets, it's full duplex. Once I start the communication, I can continue to communicate back and forth. But in order to do that, I need to have a server that I need to connect to. So the folks at websocket.org, they created a sample application that allows me to be able to send a message back. Looking at my JavaScript code here in the WebSockets demo. Let me open up the page first. So it's a very simple page. Open connection, send message, and close connection. Basically, once I open the connection, let's see here. Error undefined. Okay, let's try another process. Let's go through. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can rectify this. Undefined. Okay, one more chance to try this, and let's see if it works. Last time I tried this demo, which was not too long ago, everything worked fine, but leave it up to the demo gods. In worst case, I will point you to my YouTube channel where I had a demo of this and it worked. So we have a safety net just in case this falls through. But let me try one more thing. All right. Yep. Okay. So I will point you to a video where I had done a demo of this, but more importantly, to go through the code and explain what's going on. So 3 buttons: open connection, send message, and close connection. The open connection, basically the event handler for that is down here. And what we're doing is we're just simply setting a few parameters and event handlers, because once we have that connection open, how do we handle it when a message is sent and then when a message is received? Keep in mind, we don't necessarily have to do it send and receive synchronously. There could be multiple sends for one receive. So in order to do that, essentially, we're setting up the output element where we're going to display the output, and that is get element by ID for output, which is located, where is that? Right there. So it's a div called output. And then we set up the URI. We're instantiating, let me increase the font. We're instantiating the new WebSocket object using our URI. And that URI is websockets.org. After we instantiate it, we say that on open, we want to be able to call the on open event handler. On close, same thing, and then on message, and then on error. So let's take a look at on open. So on open just simply writes to the screen that it's connected. On close writes that it's disconnected. But then when we do receive a message, we're going to be writing it back to the screen saying that the message was sent at time XYZ. And here we just simply append the date and time to it, and we display it on the screen. And then with a close, all it's doing is that it's just simply closing the WebSocket. So with this example, and as you'll see in the video, basically we send a message and then WebSockets responds back with the reply immediately. So it's a one-to-one relationship, but it doesn't have to be this way. This is just a demo that's built by WebSockets. Okay. I apologize, I ran into a little glitch there, but any questions I can answer for you. And while we're waiting on questions, I will go ahead and give you the link to my YouTube channel. Okay, there's the link, and there is a video on there for the WebSockets. And if we look at all the videos, we'll see that it is in here somewhere. All right, it doesn't jump out at me, but I will make it available. Sorry, it should be available. In any case, so moving right along, if there are no questions, we'll get into the next portion of the presentation. So we can close this, and we'll come back to this later. And let's get back into the PowerPoint. Okay, so other than WebSockets, another thing we could utilize is server sent events. And what a server sent event is when a page automatically gets updates from a server. So this is different than the other methods that we've talked about in the sense that this is not full duplex. This is one-way messaging. So basically, I am waiting for something to happen on the server, and I need to be notified in the client. So I don't necessarily need this one-to-one exchange, but rather I'm more listening and waiting for something to be sent to me. So this was possible before, but the page had to do multiple requests, whereas now we just set up the server sent events and we wait for it to be sent to the client, as opposed to multiple polling requests. So the updates come automatically. I don't have to request them or wait for them, but rather once I set up the object, it's just simply waiting for the server to send a message. So an example of that is, as we've all used Facebook and Twitter, you see that when you get a notification that someone has responded to a tweet or posted on your wall, that way it automatically gets updated within the client. Another thing we could do is we could utilize it for stock price updates as a stock ticker, or just simply as a news feed as new events come about. Another thing I wanted to discuss is web storage. So with web storage, basically it allows us the ability to be able to store data within the user's machine through their browser. So this was previously done using cookies, but now we have a better capability that's more secure and faster to store data within the browser. So the data is not included in the server request, but only when it's requested. So where this comes in handy, if you can imagine a website like AutoTrader, for example, not to pick on them, it's a great service, but whenever you're selecting a used car, you have a variety of different makes and models and years and options. And so all those things need to be downloaded to the browser every time you go to that page. To help expedite that, what you could do is store those standard items like the make, the model, and the year all within the browser's storage. And that way, the next time the user calls the page, it's much quicker. So it allows for large amounts of data to be stored within the browser without having a performance impact every time I call that page, having to download all that info. It gives us the ability to store approximately 2 to 10 megabytes on the browsers, to store it within the browser, within the file system of the browser. The W3C recommends approximately 5 megs, meaning we don't want to bloat it. And the data is essentially stored in key value pairs. So we call it by just the name of the key, and then we get the value back from the web storage. And so a web page can only access data stored by itself. So if I go to AutoTrader and I download all the makes and models, only AutoTrader can access that within the browser, as opposed to some other website like CarMax or what have you. And with web storage, there's essentially 2 different types. There's the local storage that stores the data without expiration, so it's long-term. And then there is session storage, and as the name suggests, it stores the data for the session duration, but once the user closes the browser, it just simply goes away. Okay, so that is web storage in a nutshell, and we'll do a demo of that in just a little bit. The other thing I wanted to discuss that's on the agenda is geolocation. So with geolocation, it's an API that is used to retrieve the user's geographical position. And we do that only when the user approves it. So we'll see in the demo, once I try to access the user's geographical position, it prompts the user that this website wants to access your location. Do you want to allow it or not? And so it is more accurate for devices that have GPSs built in, i.e. your mobile device. But if you don't have a mobile device, then the second best thing is utilizing the IP address on the device, i.e. your PC, and then it can give you a general range of where you're at. So we can use the get current position method to retrieve the user's position. And then with that, we just simply pass in the event handlers and then any event handlers for errors. And we'll see that better in an upcoming demo. With the geolocation, it gives us the ability to have the coordinates for latitude and longitudes. And then it gives us the accuracy of the position, the altitude, and the altitude accuracy, heading as far as whether the user is heading north or south, and the speed as well as the timestamp. So all these things are available within the coordinates object that is retrieved from the geolocation API call. Okay. And once again, let me pause here and jump into the demo. So we'll go up a level. So we're talking about the storage. So we'll take a look at this page, and you'll see that here it says this page has been accessed 2 times for local storage, but only 1 time per session storage. Obviously, I just loaded the page, so the session storage expires whenever we close the page. However, local storage persists over time. And you'll see that as I do a refresh, the local storage continues to increase, just like the session storage. Now, if I was to close the page and then start it up again, you'll see that local storage retained that count, and then session storage is now starting over from 1 again. So when we take a closer look at that code and see what's actually happening, let's open that in Visual Studio. So here's my web storage demo. And then we have two functions here, one for local storage and one for session storage. So this function immediately executes once we load the script into the page. And what I'm doing here is I'm loading or instantiating an object for local storage. And I'm checking to see, again, window.local storage. I'm checking to see that the count is 0. And if it is, I increment it by 1. And then I store it using key value pairs, where I am now storing it in the local storage of the browser. Same thing with session storage, except now instead of the window.local storage, I'm now utilizing window.session storage. Once I retrieve that object, I check to see that the count is 0. And if it is, I increment it by 1. And then I store it in the using the key value pairs. And so that's how it's retained over time. Again, session just expires when the page closes. Local storage persists over time. Okay. Any questions on that? If I'm going too fast or too slow, please let me know. All right. So the next thing is the geolocation. So we'll take a look at geolocation. And we'll see here that we have a button for get location. Once I select that, then it says this file wants to access your location. Do I want to allow that? And if I say allow, then it's giving me my latitude and my longitude. I take those, and just to prove that I'm not faking anything, let me paste it in Google. And then we'll go over to Maps. And there it gives you a rough idea of where I'm at. Because I'm doing this presentation on my PC, I don't have a GPS device built in. And so it gives me a broader range of where I'm at. However, had I been using a mobile device with a GPS built into it, then it could narrow down in a more accurate and more specific area. So the whole point of it is using geolocation, I could get the latitude and the longitude, and then I can determine what to do with that in my application. Looking at the code, let's load that up. So within the function get location that I have here, basically all it's doing is it's checking to see that navigator.geolocation is supported within the browser. If it's not, it just simply displays the message that it is not supported by the browser. If it is, then I get the current position of that browser, or the user, I should say. And then it calls show position. What show position does is that it just simply displays the latitude and the longitude. So if you recall, it's all within the coordinates object that I have the latitude and the longitude, as well as all the other features for accessing accuracy, speed, direction, etc. So all that is within my coordinates objects. Okay. In addition, I can go a little bit further where I can get the accuracy, and let me go ahead and load up that page. I'll allow that. And so the accuracy, I believe, is within, I'll have to look that up. I believe it's within square, can't be square miles, that's rather big. I believe yards, if I'm not mistaken, but I'd have to look that up. But again, everything comes from the coordinates object that's available. Okay. Any questions? It's very difficult to have an interactive relationship over a virtual conference, but let's try to do the best we can. Feel free to chime in with any questions or comments. All right, very good. So getting back into our slide deck. So basically the values that are returned within the coordinates object, those are essentially decimal numbers. Ah, there it is. Oh, no, sorry. That is meters above sea level for altitude, and then accuracy. Still don't have that yet. But heading gives you the degrees clockwise from north, and then speed is in meters per second, and then there's the timestamp that's available. Okay. The other thing I wanted to discuss is Modernizer. So Modernizer is a library that is used for detecting browser capabilities. And you can download the latest version at modernizer.com. And essentially you would just access that in your JavaScript using the script source tags. And what this allows you to do is to be able to detect whether your browser has specific HTML capabilities. So you can do that by looking up a certain browser number, and we'll talk about that in an upcoming slide. But dynamically, you never know who your user is and what type of client they're using. So with Modernizer, you're able to essentially identify the browser version, but more importantly, to find out if that browser supports a specific feature that you're looking for, that you'll be using. And so you can essentially check to see for canvas, drag and drop, and a variety of other things, and it will return either true or false. So let's take a look at a sample demo of that and go over to here and Modernizer. And so here in my page, it's simply stating that within Chrome, and I do run the latest version of Chrome, it's stating that all these features are supported. How did I get these messages? Let's take a look at the code. And we'll open it up in Visual Studio once again. So as I mentioned, I'm referencing the Modernizer version, and then I'm checking to see that as a Boolean, modernizer.canvas, modernizer.local storage, modernizer.audio. So if any of those features are not supported, then it states that it's not supported in this browser. Otherwise, it states that it is supported in the browser. And just simply go on down the line for geolocation, CSS gradients, and could be a lot of other features as well. So very straightforward. All I have to do is just reference my library and then check to see if specific features are supported within it or not. Getting back into the slides. Another thing, or a more detailed way of finding out if your specific browser version supports a feature or not, is you can go to caniuse.com. And the beauty of this is it gives you a listing of all the various browsers that are available and the versions, because you can't just say, I have Chrome or I have Firefox. Well, which version of that browser do you have? And will that version support the feature that I'm trying to run on your machine? So you can check to see which feature you're looking at. So an example here, we're looking at the audio element, and it's telling us that Firefox supports 16 and higher, with Chrome versions 23 and higher, and et cetera, et cetera. So if I'm looking at IE, I know that IE 8, God forbid if you're still using that, it's not going to support the audio element. Okay. Another way to find out what your browser supports is by going over to html5test.com. So this produces a score of, basically, it's a compilation of what the browser supports. So I can go over into my browser and let's type in HTML5 tests.com. And there we'll chuck for a minute and then it will produce a score. And it's telling me my browser supports or has a score of 528 out of 555. More importantly, the details going down below, it tells me the current version that I'm running and the operating system that I'm running. And then we look at all the individual browser features that are available and whether my browser supports it or not. And then there we see up on top, the various check marks and how well my score does. So 29 out of 30 elements supported here, 5 elements in streaming supported, 64 out of 65 form elements supported, so on and so forth. So if we look at the file type, I'm getting a partial, and I can dig more into that to find out what is supported and what is not. Okay. Any questions? Okay, this went by a lot quicker than I anticipated. And I think it's probably due to the lack of audience interaction and the questions, but nonetheless, just wanted to do a recap of what we covered. So we covered web workers, which allows us, if you recall, to be able to run a thread, quote unquote, in the background. It's a separate worker process, even though JavaScript is single threaded, but we're able to mimic multi-threading processes on the back end, where I can reply back to the boss with the message. WebSockets didn't go as planned, and I apologize for that, but there should be a video on my channel on demoing that. But essentially, we establish the connection, and then we can communicate in full duplex back and forth. With geolocation, it is the ability to find out the user's location through the browser, and then we get the latitude and longitude. And depending on if I'm using a device that is GPS enabled, I can get a more accurate description of the user's location or a broader idea of where they're at using the TCP IP address. So the geolocation, again, it uses the coordinates object to help identify and break down the user's location, their heading, speed, if they're walking, for example, so on and so forth. Web storage comes in 2 different flavors, session and local. With local, it goes away once I close the, session goes away once I close the browser. Local persists over time, and so I can use that to store information for longer periods. If this is of interest to you or you'd like to dive deeper, we offer courses in JavaScript communication and worker processes. I've actually taught this course before, and you can check out a full course list at NIS.com, nistechnologies.com. And we also do consulting. So if you're interested, feel free to reach out. And although the presentation is coming to a close, please keep in mind, we can keep the dialogue going. Reach out to me with any questions. We'll be happy to answer them for you. My email is snasr@nistechnologies.com. You can also find me on Twitter, and I invite you all to connect with me on LinkedIn. I think it's a great way to build a network and interact with each other. And lastly, you can find more info on my blog, samnasr.blogspot.com. So if there are no other questions or comments, I thank you all for attending, and look forward to hearing from you either on LinkedIn, Twitter, or any other means.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, my name is Crux Conception. It's a pseudonym for crisis intervention. And what we're going to talk about is, this is a team building exercise. Actually, it's a team building talk workshop. And we all know how to work in teams, and we've worked in teams before, but this is implementing what I used to use as a hostage negotiator, a method which the FBI is the four founders of, and it's called active listening. They are the, they're not the originator, FBI is not the originators of it, but they are the fathers, father and mother of modern active listening skills. And so we'll use that, but it's going to do, what I did was I took this lecture and I took all the cop stuff out and I made it civilian friendly. So without further ado, let's get started. If share, if anybody had any problems, hit me up on Slack or send me a note and I'll check it frequently. So alrighty. Okay. This is my contact information here on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, GitHub, YouTube, and Periscope. Okay. How do we normally collect information? Through formal speech, hey, how you doing? Inquiries, you know, where you from? Dialogue questioning, accusations and conflicts, research, and your physical presence. And these are ways that we normally in our everyday routine collect information when we talk to people. Okay. What those things do, descriptions of this, it could be quick fact-finding, rapid problem solving, evasiveness, concentration on the questioner's agenda, and just the facts type of person, and it's an influence. And these are the descriptions of what people receive by sometimes the way we talk. Have you ever heard somebody say that the person lacks people skills, or that supervisor lacks people skills? Well, this is one way to combat that, or to, you know, rival it in a way. What those kind of questioning does is it weakens rapport, and it produces pressure on the person that you're speaking to. And it's also can incite a defensive mechanism or defensiveness, and may generate obstacles when we're working as a team. If it's one thing to be different, to be an individual, but a team concept is different. And what I mean by the team concept, everybody's working on the similar goal to achieve that status, or a similar project to a similar method to achieve a goal. With that said, is what these things can do is, what we're going to do is talk about behavioral adjustment and the stairway of behavioral adjustment. I'm sorry. And what this does, it influences behavioral changes into the people that you're talking to, or the individual you're trying to get your message clear to. We have, first thing on the behavioral stage is the behavioral change, active listening, understanding, and then comes the rapport and encouragement. And above that, you have a behavioral change. It's the stairway to behavioral change. And we will talk about all these methods combined. The goal is to have a normal functioning level. Now, for instance, emotionality. When we're in emotion, and when we're talking about, say, for instance, you're getting constructive criticism, you're sitting around everyone. Some people may feel that you're picking on that individual during that team project meeting, or you're asking them to talk to talk to them in regards to emotionality or rationale. But if someone's emotional, or your goal by using active listening is to reduce the emotionality and bring it down to a rational conversation. The object of active listening is to reduce feelings and return the talker, which is you, to a customary fashion of communication. Creating rapport and encouragement, collecting information, and encouraging interactive exchange, like quid pro quo exchange, what we call sometimes verbal judo, when you're using it, when you're exchanging back and forth. Active listening, ladies and gentlemen, is the only skill set designed to work towards each goal simultaneously. Active listening skills are emotion tagging. For instance, instead of saying, one thing I learned as a hostage negotiator, and I made a big mistake of it, was saying, I know how you feel. So instead of saying, I know how you feel, which is a no-no, and in any type of conversation, especially nowadays, since we all have, everyone's are not afraid to express their emotions, which is right, which is actually the right thing to do, because take it from me, when you hide your emotions and you're afraid to say anything, that leads to smiling depression. You're hurting inside, but you can't let anybody know, so you put on this fake smile. Paraphrasing, we'll talk about mirror reflecting, summarizing what the person just said, open-ended questioning, minimal encouragers, effective pauses, and the I message. Your voice is your number one tool. Out of all this, your voice is your number one tool. For example, my mom says she hopes I have kids like me, but I don't like the way she says it. My mother said that to me before. One day you're going to have kids just like you, and you're going to see. And so the way she said it was, yeah, it was like, I can't wait for you to have kids one day. Voice, again, is your number one tool. The way something is said, the tone, the inflection rate can be 5 times more important than what is said. The tone of your voice, the demeanor, the way you project it, the sincerity in it are more important than any single phrase that you may say. Emotional labeling, as we stated before, it's a statement of emotions heard. Like, for instance, again, someone could say, I know how you feel, but instead of saying, I know how you feel, you could say, you sound angry, or you seem hurt. I hear loneliness. I sound betrayed or abandoned. Now, you're probably saying to me, well, we don't say those type of things at work. Nobody really says they're angry or hurt or betrayed. That's true. You could change it around. You sound upset, or you sound, or I hear disappointment in your voice. You sound like, you know, in a team setting, if the team doesn't like what you say and it seems like they're picking on you, you sound abandoned, or you seem frustrated. Adverse reactions, easy to back off on. When they say, for example, you're angry. I didn't say I was, or the person gets angry or defensive when you say that. You could say, I didn't say you were angry. I said you sound angry, and use a soft delivery. I said you sound angry. Right there, when a person says that, it makes the person who's listening think, okay, he or she is listening to me. He or she didn't say I was angry. They said I sounded angry. So therefore, I wasn't listening to that person. Maybe I need to calm down or slow down and listen to them correctly. Emotional labeling in depth. It identifies an underlying feeling. For example, the talker. The talker is you. The listener can be the person you're talking to. Often have many emotions, or the person that is talking to you, I'm sorry, has many emotions. Extremely effective. And this can build a tremendous rapport by emotional labeling someone. By emotional labeling the talker is a feeling, but not, you're expressing their feeling, but you're not recognizing it. It's better than saying, I understand how you feel, or I know where you're coming from. For example, I can hear anger in your voice, and it seems like this situation has hurt you also. Again, the wording like hurt, you may not hear it at your company, but you can use a different word. And I hope you're getting the meaning. If we were live, I could see if you're understanding by your head going up and down or your frown, like what's he talking about. So I'm just going to assume you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Don't blame me. Blame COVID. Okay. Let me stop and see if we have any questions here. I'm gonna check Slack just a moment, since we're in a time and era where people can't raise their hands and ask questions. And I love for people asking questions, by the way. So I'm not seeing any questions on Slack. Okay, wait a minute. Here we go. Alrighty, no questions on Slack yet. So let's keep going, moving on. Mirror reflecting or paraphrasing. Paraphrasing, everyone knows what paraphrasing is, but it's putting meaning in your own words, reinstating, giving a meaning in other forms. Webster's College Dictionary stated that it's used for brief, but in active listening, paraphrasing is used for brief confirmations of meaning and to display your attentiveness to the individual that is talking. For example, the talker would say, "She's always talking and doesn't pay attention to what I say." The listener, "She doesn't listen to what you say." Right then and there, saying that to the talker, or the talker knows now that you are listening, and it will encourage them to talk more if you want that. Brief follow-alongs, repeating the last few words. It's good initial technique. It helps the listener to get oriented to the talker. For example, the talker, "She doesn't pay attention to what I say to her, and it makes me angry." The listener, which is you, makes you angry. Again, brief follow-alongs. Voice inflection at the end, upward or downward, can be used to either demonstrate an understanding or encourage them to go on. For example, talker, "She doesn't pay attention to what I say to her, and it makes me angry." Listener, "It makes you angry?" That makes them want to talk more. That makes the talker want to talk more. But if the listener would switch it as, "It makes you angry," like, "I understand, I get it." But if you say it as if it makes you angry, the talker then will interject more into the conversation. So to summarize that, periodically, when you summarize it, it's covering the main points. Is his or her story plus his or her feelings in your words. And I'm sorry, I used the old PowerPoint, the background's different, and it's usually his/her story plus his/her feelings. And I apologize for that if I offended anybody. In your words. Okay, for example, the listener, "Okay, what you told me so far is this. And as a result, you feel, do I understand you correctly?" This is a perfect one for supervisors or team leaders to use when they're talking to an individual team member, because that lets the team member know that their team leader or their supervisor is listening to what they say, and he or she is absorbing the conversation. Mirror reflecting. Brief follow-along. Okay. Open-ended questions. Questions that, again, we know what they are, but this is a way to use it in active listening, ladies and gentlemen. And it's so vital. Questions that require more than a yes or no. For example, what, how, when, what happened today? How would you like this to work out? That was my bread and butter, and that's still my bread and butter now that I'm retired. this, for example, if you have a person that just has yes or no questions or yes or no answers, and I'm like that, especially if I'm talking to an individual who talks constantly, I would use the simple yes or no questions. Or if you have a person who just uses yes or no answers and really hard to talk to, the best way to be, how would you like this to work out? Benefits: it conveys sincere interest in gaining understanding. It gives a freedom of response while framing the scope, and it limits feelings of an interrogation. It doesn't make it feel like an interrogation. Minimal encouragers or brief responses, sounds. This is my go-to. This is my bread and butter. This is the one I use the most out of all these slides. As a former hostage negotiator, a former retired criminal profiler, retired homicide detective when I interview people, but now as a man, in relationships, friendships, conversations, meeting people, talking to event organizers, I use this one, and it's really, yeah, okay. It keeps individuals talking. When you're listening to the talker, it encourages them to continue talking, but at the same time, you don't have to say much. You can use it on the phone. I use it on the phone a lot, and it's being sincere. It's not being fake. Basically, I'm giving the talker, the person that is talking to me, I'm giving them the stage. I'm giving them the mic. It's their time. I'm shining light on them, and I'm staying in the back with just, okay, yeah, really. So, and this is best used when the person is talking through an extended thought or for an extended period of time, basically if they're long-winded like myself. People want to know that you are there, ladies and gentlemen, and they want to know that you're listening. Some people don't do that on the phone. You could just keep talking and they don't say anything. And I'll tell you how to use that properly, how to use that technique properly. Okay, I'm going to check and see if there's more. Anybody? Nope. Okay. Encouragers. Now, the effective pauses and silence. And here's the one. This is what I like to use a lot, especially if you're talking to somebody that's just long-winded and won't stop. Effective pauses are immediate before or after saying something meaningful. Basically, you'll say something to an individual and then you'll just stop because you want their response. You want to help focus the thought of the interaction. It helps shows the talker that that conversation is a turn-taking point. It's a quid pro quo. So basically, if a person's talking, instead of using the minimal encouragers like really, or using labeling, don't say anything. If it's long-winded, if you're on the phone or if you're one-on-one, that's just long-winded. Another method to do it, if you're in a team setting or a project meeting and you're in a group session or maybe even in a round table, someone suggested to me when I was in London, and I asked them, could I steal that because it was such a good idea, that there was a scene in King of Queens where they had a little squishy ball and they passed it around. Get a little squishy ball or get something and just toss it when the other person's like, hey, my turn to talk. And everybody has to respect the rule that when the person goes like this, or hey, it's my turn, you have to give that to them because it's a team project and it shows that you're team building, but again, if you have a person that won't give it and ignores it, that's a clue right there that that person may not be a good fit for your team if they don't respect the rules and want to, for lack of better words, hog the stage. Almost active listening skills, but not quite yet. What active listening is not. Active listening is not advice, judgment, or permission. Again, advice, judgment, or permission. It's not your ideal or what you have done in similar situations. For example, well, I did this before, or, you know, I've tried this before, or you should do this. Do not inject your values or advice into a situation. Discussion of topics not expressed by the talker. Do not, if they're not saying anything about you did this on a former project or you did this in a team project and it worked well, if they're not expressing that, then don't offer it. The talker's feelings, values, lifestyle, statements, and opinions are what count. Repeating, the talker's feelings, values, lifestyle, statements, and opinions are what count. Okay, we're going to go back to minimal encouragers. If you use, well, no, sorry. Behavioral change stairway. We're going to go with empathy. Again, empathy is not sympathy. I used to hate, I mean, I still love it. And I mean, to this day, that's my mother. And I'm thankful to God that she's still here with me. But I hate when, if I have an issue or a problem, I talk to her, she'll go, oh no, poor baby. A lot of people, hopefully everybody, but a lot of people don't like that. I don't like that because it makes it sound like I'm being pitied. Empathy is better than that. And it shows that you're sincere. Okay. Okay, I'm totally sorry for this. Hold on. Okay. Rapport building. Then we go back to rapport building. Relationship of mutual trust. Almost phrases that damage rapport building. Phrases that like calm down or you should. I call people the you shoulders. Like you should try this. Instead of saying you should try this, why don't you say, have you tried this? Or what do you see the final outcome? Or what do you see what is your next move? And again, as I said before, I understand. Often the phrase that others use to interpret them in order to jump into a problem solving, I understand, makes it seem like they're a problem solver. Often is well-intentioned, but counterproductive. Is a counterproductive shortcut. It's taking the easy way out by saying I understand. You may in fact understand someone's problems. However, understanding must be demonstrated to maintain rapport. Phrases that damage rapport, and they also sound like something a parent would say, or accusations. Why? It feels accusatory when you say why to someone. It creates defensiveness. Or you should is judgmental, advice giving, statements implied to be from a superiority type of a person with a superiority complex. You shouldn't, same thing. Better phrases instead of calm down. How about I can hear how angry you are. Instead of I understand, I'm listening. Instead of you should or shouldn't or why, what's causing that? Behavioral changes for influence. Influence is the power or the capacity to cause a change in thought or action. Repeating, influence is the power or capacity to cause a change in the thought or action. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I apologize, but again, this COVID, I'm a more hands-on person. I'm down and I'm not up on a stage or anything. I'm talking or behind a podium. I like talking to people and I like using examples and workshops. And for instance, I would pick someone out in the audience and I would say, give them an example to say, or I would say something to them and give them the opportunity to utilize this. So I'm more of a hands-on person. So I apologize just reading from the slides. Hopefully next year we can do this live. Okay. Use the use of an I message to confront. I message, for example, when you say such and such this, I feel, because you're saying the I message, and it's letting them know, one, you're listening, but you're also listening and what they're saying is affecting you. So use this to confront the talker about a behavior that is counterproductive without being accusatory. When you tell me blank, I feel frustrated because it stops me from listening to you. That's the great one. When you tell me whatever they said, I feel frustrated because it stops me from listening to you. A rational person will heed that if you say that to them. Again, a rational person. Delivery, good tone of voice, not harsh, nothing sarcastic or punishing. Choice of words, non-threatening, non-judgmental, effective pauses. Set up a delivery and gain the talker's attention. The I portion. The key is to make it less accusatory. No zingers. If you really want to say something and you can't, and you can just taste how good those words really feel, they're probably wrong. Points to remember: your voice may be your strongest tool. Empathy is neither opposition or agreement. Again, empathy is neither opposition or agreement. It's an understanding. Just because you understand someone doesn't mean you have to agree with them. When called for confrontation, should be non-threatening and non-judgmental, and using your own words. Active listening skills are perishable skills if we do not use them every day. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want a copy of this slide, please email me or send me a message through Slack, and I will gladly send you this PowerPoint. Now, also, please look at my TED Talk that I did about active listening. I use this method to talk to individuals, politicians, and civic leaders of how to talk to angry people. This was during the last summer during the riots, and I used this and made it more civilian friendly and less pro law enforcement in order to listen to frustrated and aggrieved people that were on the streets. Once learned, if not used correctly or not used regularly, they'll diminish. The more they are used, the better the listener becomes, the better a person becomes a better listener. It can be used in all aspects of life. Listener doesn't need to be it doesn't have to be in a crisis situation to benefit from being a good listener. We have any questions right now? I'm sorry we went through that kind of fast, but do we have any questions? Okay. Well, I'm going to say a story before I leave, and then that's it. Again, I'm sorry this didn't last long. Again, I had a lot of role-playing scenarios that I would do in front of a live crowd, and I just didn't have time to tweak it. I said tweak it to make it. There is no way you can make this without having in front of a bunch of a group of attendees, your peers, and seeing it actually being worked. And hopefully next year we'll be together to do this. But if you heard my other talk about stress in tech, you know that I suffer from PTSD from being a retired law enforcement homicide detective. I didn't believe in 25 years on the job, and I never had a child death investigation until my last year on the department. And I never believed that a child homicide would affect you, and it does. It did. So with that said, I went into deep depression, and I was married at the time. God gave me the greatest gift I could ever have, and I will never get that gift back, because when she was using active listening to try to talk to me, to get out of my shell and to get out of the house and do things and be active, I didn't. And I knew she was using active listening, and I ignored it. and I let depression take over me. And like I said, I lost the best thing that could ever have happened. Ladies and gentlemen, these skills work. You can use it with your children. You can use it with your significant other. You can use it at work. You just have to practice it and just use it. And it's not really like you practice it. If I send you the PowerPoint, if you request it and I send it to you and you just look at it a couple times, you'll start to use it in your daily lives. You'll start to use it in every type of conversation or communication you have, and all of a sudden you're realizing that you're an active listener. Don't think you're a hostage negotiator, but you are an active listener if you use this. Well, if that's going to be it, I'm sorry that this didn't last long. I apologize, but I thank you for your time and cooperation. My name is Crux Conception. It's a pseudonym for crisis intervention, and I thank you for the privilege of your time.
Bye.